That's 100%. That's what's up though.
Yeah.
So we are live, by the way.
We are live. Let's go.
We are live. That's just to let Pong know. Let me actually drag this out. You know what that is. And I have to change some things. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? You know, it's that 15 minutes pre-show thing that we do here. I'm still getting some things set up. Had to change some things over. There we go.
Oh, damn. Who's already up in here? We got Doom Reaper. We got Tim the Sorcerer.
Yeah, we had some beautiful people in the chat already.
Casino, crazy Greek dude, and the legend himself, Dragonheart.
Yobi. Let's go.
Look, Dragonheart, by the way, I sent you an early birthday during the day.
He did.
And I know you probably got 1 million of them because you are a legend, but I noticed that you didn't see mine, or maybe you did, but I just want to let you know I did send you a message on Twitter, sir, calling you the legend that you are. So happy birthday to you, sir. Again, and brother Psychonauts, I hope your daughter had a fantastic 16th birthday yesterday, man. We missed you last night on Xbox Ultimate. Good to see you in here, brother. Nyx, of course, dropping in here. We got Brandon Barnes, we got Casket Repair, Nikki T.
We got quite a few people in here. Nice.
We missed you all last week.
Yeah, it's been a couple weeks, man. You already know how we get down. Nobody else is going to give you this live raw and uncut action. Hopefully, there has been some changes actually, so not hopefully on that, but hopefully I'm coming through a little bit clearer. I was noticing previously, and shame on chat, but I was noticing as I was listening to some videos, because as I do that just to make sure our quality is on. Last few weeks, my mic quality personally has been kind of off. As far as especially level wise with Pong, or maybe not hitting as much as I would like it to. And I adjusted some things, so hopefully that fixes it. I got Pong's mic right now for whichever reason, doing its crazy thing, which I never understand. I have to look at that.
It dropped down my input gain again. So let me bring it back. Yeah.
Is that what it is?
It automatically adjusted my input gain again. Yeah, this thing.
Okay, that might be
now.
It looks yeah, it looks fine. Better? It looks perfectly fine now. Your bars are still moving, and because of how I have the audio set up and everything, I mean, it's not like a huge deal, but it's a visual thing because I only have the bars should only activate when we talk. So it for whatever reason, and I'm working on separating the audio so it only pulls the audio from certain places and everything else, but it had your bars moving and everything. But again, chat, yes, good to see you all here. I was kind of unsure. I was like, man, skipped out of the week, and I think the people might said, fuck those guys. They skipped a week. They didn't tell us nothing. I think when we do that, from this point forward, I'm probably gonna at least put a screenshot or a YouTube thumbnail saying, hey, catch us next time, because we only do a show once a week. We want the people to know what's going on, man, right? So we also had almost 10 likes before we started the show, so that's always a beautiful thing. And again, we still haven't started yet. This is the pre-show, so thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for sticking back here with us. This is where we kind of get into some things. Pong, you might like the clip that I got today. For those who are joining us live, you're getting some early previews of some Final Fantasy VII Remake integrated gameplay on PC. I modded the dog stuffing out of this one, man. Look, PC gamers are some of the freakiest people I've ever met in the existence of history. Don't let them tell you any different. Now, we can also talk about Pong's extreme beach volleyball, and even though the volleyball is great, I can't attest to that, but there is crazy how many nudity mods that there are for Tifa and Aerith and the rest of these, and Cloud, and what is going on? It's like the first thing when you go to the mod page, it's like the third most downloaded mod is Aerith naked.
Am I seeing a Sailor Moon outfit right now?
Yes, you are seeing the Sailor Moon outfit. I made Aerith Sailor Moon. Hey, I made Tifa Taki from Soul Calibur. So she got the whole fit on. God. She looks still like Tifa, but she got the She got the Taki outfit on, looking good. I also gave her the Byakugan eyes. So her eyes are real pretty and bright and pink looking. I gave Cloud the Rinnegan from Naruto. Like, there's a lot of. I also gave him the outfit for Sora, I think it is, from Kingdom Hearts. I can't remember which main character it is, but yeah. So I gave him one of those outfits. They also had an option where you could give him a wing. Me and the wife didn't really like that, so we kind of got out of it. We did something different. But yeah, man, I modded the dog stuff in the. Oh, and Barrett, he's Master Chief.
Okay, all right.
And it actually works really well. Like,
Bro.
it's actually extremely surprising how well this works.
When is it no longer Final Fantasy? Like, how much modding before it's not actually even Final Fantasy?
I mean, as long as you keep the characters' faces, that's all that matters, right? You keep them intact.
You know what Cloud would look good in, by the way?
What?
Trigun outfit. Has anybody done a Trigun?
No, nobody's done a Trigun. And now that you bring that up,
yeah,
that would be really dope. Is Cloud as Vash to Stampede? Or just keep him as a character. He already has the hairstyle, color, everything. Right. Just give him the fit.
That's what I'm saying. Just give him the fit.
The fit would be, I love Trigun. Oh my God. Yo, my brother, my stepbrother, he got me into Trigun because I had never watched it before. And I watched it for the first time, bro. That show is so goddamn amazing. And they're redoing it actually. I don't like the art style that they're doing. They're doing that more CGI style, but they are bringing it back. And other thing too is he doesn't have the same, like, so far at least. They might change it mid-show, who knows. But they don't have his same hairstyle. It's like his hair, like he could, but it's like it got wet or something and it's laying down. Like he has like No. He has like that young Dante look. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, I don't know about that. Like he bashed, like looking like Bash. There's a reason why like that works. So yeah, man. He's Psycho says anime fantasy mod, bruh. The amount of shit that is on here, bro. Like you can literally walk around with all the characters and they'll be completely naked. It is so weird to me. They even went so far as to add extra like curvature, like curvy models in for the different characters.
Of course.
And jiggle physics.
Yeah.
And extra jiggle physics. It's so funny to me. But needless to say, and I'll say this when we go live, when I actually start recording and everything too, but needless to say, man, Final Fantasy VII Remake, I really like the game. Like, it's fun. I'm having a good time with it. It's giving me a lot of nostalgia that I wasn't expecting to get from the original Final Fantasy. And I think it's just the set pieces and stuff like that. No, the combat is the same, even though I do like this style in the way that Scarlet Nexus does it better than I liked the way Tales of Arise does it, where yes, Final Fantasy takes you out of combat. It's like the same animation every time. You finish a fight, Sword puts his sword back on his back. You go, but it doesn't stop. It's not like a cutscene or whatever, where it isn't like in Tales of Arise, which that turned me off, where it was like, you fight, well, you get to somebody, cutscene, fight. In the fight, pose, cutscene, now you're back out in the normal world, and it was like that every time. With this, it's more streamlined, which really feels nice. I also like what they're doing with Sephiroth. Again, because spoiler warning or not, I'm not like super far in the game. I say that I'm probably about 15.
You'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm probably about 15 hours into the game, but I like what they're doing with Sephiroth because you could tell there's some time travel something going on here, which I think is really interesting. I did hear that from a lot of different people that was something that was going on. They did take the story kind of a different direction, where it says like some course correction in there somewhere or whatever the case. I don't really remember the original story. So what I want to do is I want to fully play through this game and then kind of watch some videos, how people comparing the two, or what is different, what works and what doesn't, things like that. I think that would be really dope. But overall, man, the game is really good. It plays really well. Again, on PC, there are definitely, that's my main problem with Square Enix or Sony overall. I know some other titles have done really well, but seemingly Sony has brung these games to PC, like Horizon Forbidden West had these issues. Zero Dawn, excuse me, had these issues to where it's the frame issues, it's the graphic issues. It's like, it's just little things like that to where you really limited what people could do. And so it's like I kind of feel like people are forced to mod this game to get it to play right. Because that's the other thing, is that straight out of the box, this Final Fantasy VII Remake on PC doesn't play the smoothest. So you got to download a mod to help it play smoother and everything else, which is ass. It is what it is. Let me see if I can actually add a little bit of a filter on. Let me see if I just hate when Pong's bars move for no reason. It's like they hear something that's not there, and it's really strange. There we go. Let's try. We're gonna try that out. Put a little bit of noise filter on there. See what happens with that. Hopefully that helps out, ladies and gentlemen. Again, thank you all for being here with us live. We got about 2 more minutes until we go fully live. That's for our audio listeners and everybody else. So thank you. Please, if you can, if you haven't, I see a lot of you guys have already hit the like button. I appreciate that because it helps us grow to that next level. But if you haven't, hit that like button for us. Tell your mama about us. Tell all the Twitter about us. I'm going to try to send out constant updates throughout the show. The other thing, too, is that, again, for those who are live, we're on all audio platforms, whether it's Spotify, Google, Slacker, wherever you get your RSS feeds, so check us out there. Our last episode, which is 2 weeks ago now, actually didn't get uploaded on the audio side of things, unfortunately. Ran into some issues, didn't end up hitting the record button on my end. And then when I tried to download from YouTube, I just kept getting errors, and I said, screw it. So I'm gonna try to get to working on that for sure, but hopefully everything else is sounding good. We're sounding clear. Everything is coming through smooth. The gameplay is moving smooth. I did some things to hopefully make it more accessible for the people. So hopefully you guys enjoy that. And I just some more visual things. So hopefully you guys enjoy all the little touches that I've made. Also tried to make the screen less cluttered, per se, just because I had text scrolling on the bottom and the top, just telling you guys about us. I wanted to clear up the screen a little bit. Maybe add a little bit more visual representation, as you see. I'm just based on whatever color we're using for the week. As you guys know, who have been with us, we change colors on a week-to-week basis. So just to represent the different aspects of gaming, because we are a non-console-centric platform. So might give it a minute or two, let Pong get back here. If not, I'm probably going to go ahead and roll it, and we'll just kind of pick up from there. So again, thank you all for being here today. We got a lot to talk about, man. Of course, The Last of Us DS is definitely something we got to get into. I have quite a bit to say about that. It's definitely an interesting conversation. Again, value is always going to be in the eye of the beholder, but that doesn't mean that we can't talk about it and say, hey, what about these things? Let's think about these things and kind of go from there. So hopefully we'll take a little bit of a different approach. Hopefully, we typically do anyway, but definitely be on the lookout for that. GeForce Now is continuously, they're pushing out their, I believe they released, they could do 120 FPS through cloud gaming, and it's compatible on all Android phones. Again, so this cloud gaming move is just becoming more and more important. There was some more Forspoken information that came out. There was also some more information about Spider-Man itself coming to console, and people saying, oh, I'm getting a superior version on PlayStation versus PC. And it's like, people can't ever make something just, it's going to look good, you know? Have to make it something of console wars. But nothing, hey, people, we strong.
All right, man.
What? Oh, no, you're good.
Had to go help the wife corral the dog.
Oh, okay, damn.
Color.
Yeah. Hello? You're good. You're good, man. You're good. We're just about to get started right now, so. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. 3, 2, 1. I gotta hit that record button. Let me make sure. I'm gonna play this one more time. snap, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, those who are joining us live and those who are joining us on the audio platform side of things. I want to welcome you to episode 56 of the Living Splitscreen Morning Show. And man, does it feel good to be here on a Saturday morning. For those who don't know, we are brought to you live by the Midweek Mix-Up Collective. Thank you and shout out to those gentlemen for continuing just letting us be us. That's live, raw, uncut, authentic, just passionate, and also giving you that non-console-centric platform view where we pull ourselves out of the world, give you that RTS view. That's real-time strategy for those who don't know, and shame on you if you don't. But we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of the map, pull our resources together, and have an open conversation about what is going on throughout the industry. With that being said, it has been 2 weeks since we have been able to sit down and have a discussion. You know how me and Pong get down, man. It's at least 3 hours of pure live, raw, and uncut content. We can't help that. We've tried to limit it down. Seems like we just cutting our thoughts down and we just kind of flow naturally anyway. So hopefully you guys will enjoy it. For those who are new, leave us a review. Let us know how we're doing. Let us know if you like the little changes that have happened. If you have joined us live, just switching some things up, man. Want to make things look a little bit differently. Again, also for those who are joining us live and audio listeners, come check us out on YouTube, man. Look, I'm not going to be the one to sell you YouTube Premium. I'm not that salesman. But I will suggest it, and if you can, you are going to be able to catch my live gameplay every Saturday morning. Also, today we have Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade on PC for you that actually I had to even get a mod just to get the frame stuttering to go away on PC. Shame on you, Square Enix, and shame on you, PlayStation, for allowing these things to continuously happen. Started with Horizon Zero Dawn. Hopefully they fix it with Spider-Man. Again, with such a big IP, I imagine that they will. Dragonheart Yobi real quick says, I missed it and you are important, Pong. My man. He was talking about the birthday shout out that you mentioned earlier. Shout out to you, Dragonheart Yobi. Happy birthday to you again, belated. Man, you're a legend within the community. You're definitely one of the important forces, positive energies that we have. So that's a special thing. RSJ fan says, first time I've tuned in. Hey, RSJ, well, let me tell you this. Hopefully, you've tuned into something that's going to keep you energized, keep you pumped up, keep you entertained in some way, shape, or form. I mean, nah, we're not sitting here being jokesters and being funny all the time, but we do try to be passionate and just come from different angles that other people may not. Because a lot of people tend to think about things one-sided. For me and Pong, I don't know. Accidentally, I don't know how my water got into this clothes basket, but hey, things aside. So excuse me on that, ladies and gentlemen. The wife was just pointing that out because it looks like I almost spilled some water there. Doesn't look like we did, so we're safe. But with that being said, I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain. If I haven't said that yet, I don't think I have. You can find me everywhere. I Steel Rain. The T is a 7. But I have to get to my brother from another, the uncanny gentleman himself, the main proponent for the 97 X-Men coming back, who is not Cyclops, my guy, my brother. So what's going on, bro? How you feeling?
Oh, brother, it is good to be back. Welcome, everybody, to Living Splitscreen, as my brother from another feel already introduced. Listen, I gotta say, man, I told you, I missed your face, man. It feels like it's been a month. Like last weekend is like crazy. Like people think that, like, I don't know what it is, man, but something again invigorating about doing podcasts, about doing podcasting in general,
Right.
and I just get so enthused for. And when I gotta miss time, like it is like missing a part of kind of my day, like now. Like so,
Yeah,
like last
I agree.
weekend, like I had a great time. I was at an air show.
Yes.
For anybody who
Tell the
doesn't
people
know,
about it.
yeah, I had to take the kiddo. The wife's youngest is in town from California, as a lot of you know, if you've been here town for the summer, before he heads back for dad to California for the school year. So he just he woke up like late last week morning and said, "Hey, there's an air show going on. It's about 3 hours away from here." And he's like, "I kind of want to go to the air show." So decided to take him,
Right.
and that's why we had to cancel the show last weekend. So went to this air show, got fried, like
Yeah,
literally
you did.
fried myself because I'm an idiot. I said on PM and PM on Thursdays, you think you're supposed to get more intelligent as you get older. And sometimes it does work that way. But then there's other times where your brain just ain't the same as it used to be. And for whatever reason, like he's super dark tan because he plays football out in
Right.
California. So he's all tanned up.
He's used to it. Yeah,
So
100%.
yeah, so I didn't even think about that. So I didn't even think about myself for some reason. Like, hey, you haven't gotten your first burn of the year yet. So you probably should bring some sunscreen, right?
Right.
Because I don't like to use a lot of sunscreen, whatever. I
Understandable.
just don't. I like the natural stuff. Again, I've got my conspiracy theories, whatever else. There's some science
Yeah, I
out there
mean, yeah,
showing that
yeah,
sunscreen isn't
yeah,
necessarily the best for
yeah.
you these days.
It's
So,
true.
I just don't even think about it. But had I definitely would have brought some because I'm ghost, man. I'm a ghost white, right? Because I haven't been out in the sun much.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, be that as it may, we were out there for what was it, 7, 8 hours that day,
I worked there
and
for a
I
bit.
got
Yeah.
fried. Yeah, I got fried. I knew halfway through the show that I was already fried and that this was a very bad idea. But air show was fantastic. Wound up with sun poisoning for about 2 days. Did not feel good until Tuesday this week. And so that was my weekend, but I missed this show, Steele. I missed you, brother. It
Thanks,
was
man.
really strange. I was having a great time. I
Something's
want to be
off.
talking some games, man. I want to be talking some news with Steele right now. But yeah, great show. I posted some videos. Again, the air show itself, non-gaming related, but it doesn't
Right.
matter. It's still cool as hell. I haven't been to. I used to go to air shows all the damn time. Like I'm one of those dudes.
Right.
So I haven't been out to one, but I got to see the F-35 Lightning II for the first time in person. And my God, the thing's got a lot of issues, and they've dumped billions into this thing, and it's
Yeah.
got a lot of problems. But see this thing live in action, the latest and greatest feat from man when it comes to airplanes and when it comes to military tech.
Yep.
See this thing in action made the entire show, man. I was just freaking blown. My mind was absolutely blown at this show to see the F-35, man. It was incredible. And plus all the other planes out there too. It was
Right.
an awesome time. So um, other than that, Steel, I'm back in full swing, working my butt off in real life. Gaming wise, I am addicted to Borderlands. It
Oh
finally
God.
clicked.
Yeah.
It finally clicked. I picked it up for $10 on sale, super deluxe edition. Could not pass it up through Amazon. That was just prior to Prime Day, like I
Right.
said before.
Remember you talking about that.
But it's finally clicked. So I'm back into Borderlands mode and having an absolute blast. But I also this week, there's been some things that dropped in the Game Pass. No, I have not downloaded Power Washer, and no, I'm not going to download Power Washer Simulator, even if it is now ahead of Halo Infinite on the most played Game Pass games. I'm still not going to download it. But shout out to all of you, millions of you enjoying it right now, because I know you all are. So it's not for me. The simulator game never been for me,
Right.
but I did download the other game that came out this week, As Dusk Falls from
Heard y'all talking about
Interior
that.
Night, which is a Microsoft published, Xbox published game that they've been promoting heavily, that people really did not like how it showed off at all. It's kind of got this slideshow animation. It's narrative heavy, obviously. It's a visual novel at the end
Right.
of the day with some QTEs, quick time events, and but more importantly, you got to make decisions constantly in this game. And look, I was on the fence. Steeler, you and I talked about this game. Saw
Right.
it a couple of times. Um, I said I was still interested in this game, but I said it was going to come down to the story. It was going to come down to how impactful the decision making actually was,
Right.
whether or not this game hit. Well, guess what? They nailed the freaking story. The
I heard.
acting is awesome, and the decisions. Tell you something. Again, I'm hit or miss when it comes to these style games. Decision making and how it impacts the actual story.
Right.
Look, man, there's very few games who have done it this way. So shout out to Interior Night. Their first game out the gates. Is it going to be for everybody? No, it's not going to be for everybody. It's not going to be universally loved. Reviews show that it's not universally loved. But I'm telling you, I sat down the other night. I had downloaded it and I was going to just try it out. I was just going to pop it in, but I was going to hit up Borderlands 3, or I was in the middle of downloading Hot Wheels DLC for Forza Horizon 5. So I
Right.
had to re-download Forza all over again. So I was in the middle waiting for that. And I was like, all right, I'm just going to pop it in and check it out.
Right.
So I popped it in, started playing. Yeah, 3 hours later, man, finished book one. Finished book one, chapters 1 through 3. It's set
Now,
up into 2 books.
Okay, I was gonna say, yeah, it's only 2 books, right?
Yeah, it's 2 books. Each one is about 3 hours somewhere. And then most people that have finished it now have said it's about 6 hours total, depending
Okay.
on how long you take. But there's, you don't control any of the characters. I mean, you're not moving any of the characters. You do some searching on the screen with a cursor, in some scenes. Otherwise, it's about QTEs and making decisions. But again, I could not stop playing. I was like, oh my God, this story is so well written. And these decisions just are so rewarding. Even if you make a bad decision, it's crazy, Steel. And I've talked about this a couple times
Right.
already, but
Yeah, I've heard about it.
For me, and again, everybody's playing it differently, right? Some people
Right.
say the only way to play it is with multiple people, because you can do that. There's a companion app where you can have people on their phones, on their tablets playing along with you. They've got a streaming mode, so streamers can stream it and have their chat get involved. Like there's so many different ways to play this game, but I'm
Right.
playing it single player. Obviously, I'm playing it by myself. I'm making decisions based upon how I feel like I would react, or how I would want to make a decision in that moment. Now, some people like Mav were thinking about what it would do, like they were trying to guess how it would impact the story and trying
Right.
to pick that way. I'm making this personal, and this has become the most personal type of game for me. I can't believe it, Still. Like, I honestly, like, people are going back and finishing it out and want to see, because they break it down so that you
Right.
can go back anytime and make a different decision and see how the story goes. And there, obviously there's some achievements out there who want to go get all the achievements. For me,
Right.
I don't think I'm going to go back. At this point,
Yeah.
when I finish this game, it's like this personal story that I've helped create.
That's dope.
It's crazy, man. It's the hardest thing to describe in the world, but I'm having such a great time. As Dust Falls is definitely worth it. You can play it on the cloud, so you don't even have to download it. It's got touch controls. If it's already set up, native touch controls. So if you're one of those people that say, I don't want to take the time to download, it's not worth my space. It's about 70 gigs if you actually download it. You can play it on the cloud, and it's the perfect game for cloud gaming, because there's you're not controlling any of the characters. It's
Right.
just it's a movie that you're interacting with, so therefore it's the perfect cloud game too. So if you don't want to download it, please try it out, see if the story grabs you. And I think it's worth your time to at least try. But this is a great game. I think more people are going to start hearing about this game. They might have some legs. I think more people might try it out and be like, you know what, I didn't think anything of this game, but now seems pretty damn good. And I think I've seen more and more people being like that, because the story is up there with some of the best story writing I've had in a game in a long time. So enjoying the hell out of this Dust Falls. But that's been it for me. So I know obviously you got some beautiful footage here from
Yeah, hopefully it does look good, man. I
it
appreciate
does.
that. But
It
um
looks awesome.
apparently our video went down. There it goes. Not our video, but like why does it keep doing that? Okay, there it goes. I guess I can't pull away from the screen. What's going on there? Okay, there we go. I don't know why that was happening, ladies and gentlemen. Gosh, chat, you gotta let us know when things aren't as they should be. No, but yeah, man, that sounds really dope. I personally don't have any interest in As Dust Falls. It's not even one of those that I'm like, oh, let me get in there and I'm gonna try it out. No,
Right.
I do have, again, Game Pass. You got access to it. If it's something that you're willing to try, I want to give it a download. I have been seeing a lot of people been having that kind of that same banter with themselves and with other people. Hey, I wasn't expecting this. I heard Rand talking about that. I wasn't expecting for it to be as good. Rain and Jez yesterday were talking about I heard Dealer and them talking about the same thing. Hey, I didn't expect for it to be this good, but it's actually a pretty decent game. So hey, it's gonna definitely be up to the eye of the beholder in that one. For me personally, I've been into into a few things this week, man. Of course, I've been studying on the Rocket Blade Point. That's kind of been my cream of the crop here recently. Just quick to get on, slay some people. It's good. It's also a good game to group up in. Just throw some hands. But of course, I've been on the side of that, I also threw in this Final Fantasy VII Remake. I wanted to get some games out of my backlog, and I just had this thing that I felt like I wanted to play some Final Fantasy. So I jumped into this one. I've been having a beautiful time with it. Again, it's Pong. I understand the way that you feel about it. Hey, it's not a complete game. It's only the first part, whichever the case might be. I do want to say, though, my experience thus far, I don't feel like the game is being piecemealed because they are trying to do something different. They are retelling the story in a different way. You could tell that there's some time travel things going on there. There's something else that seems off. There are certain pieces that I remembered, but there's a lot that I don't remember from that original story. So what I want to do is completely beat this game and then kind of go through a video or something that somebody's done. I know somebody's compared the two stories and kind of pieced everything together. Because there is supposed to be a lot of the time travel thing going on, at least from what I have heard from other people. Again, I haven't heard too much. When there's games that I am interested in, it's funny to me when people are like, oh, I can't help but to be spoiled. And you don't have to look at spoilers. As soon as you read the first sentence, you know whether it's going to be a spoiler or not. And you can just completely tune that out. Like, I honestly don't know what's going to happen in this game. And that's always a good feeling to see. And somebody could write me in the DMs right now, and you'd be like, oh, here's a spoiler. Or they could write one sentence, and as soon as I see the first three words, if I feel like it's going, I don't have to tune into that. Again, self-control is a whole different conversation. It's also something to throw in there as far as like loot boxes and things go. That's a whole different conversation. But anyway, but I've also jumped into one other thing actually this week, and they had a runner weekend going on. They only have about a couple weeks. A couple days left, I should say, left in this. And it's a game that's made by the developer Next Studios, and the publisher is Level Infinite. This game is called Synced. The game is called Synced. I think it's Off-World or something like that. Basically what it is, Synced is a companion shooter game set in a techno-apocalyptic future. You are a runner who must fight against enemy teams and synchronize with nano companion classes to deploy in combat. Strengthen your squad, upgrade your weapons, and discover the mysteries of Meridian. That's just giving you kind of the details of the game itself. The best way that I can kind of compare for the people, because it is currently only available on PC. Now, there must be an early access or getting ready to put the game out there, whatever the case. I hope it comes out to everything. But this game is like a Division, Outriders, Rainbow Six Extraction. Like, if those three came together and had a baby.
Why are you naming so many good games right now?
If those three games came together and had a baby, that's what this game would be. So essentially, like how they introduce you to the game, apparently, like Rainbow Six Extraction, there's this alien life form, right? And it can get on to other things to take them over or whatever. You have the ability to take over one of these once you get it to a state where it's like a down state. What I mean by take over is like you stick this thing in its back. It's kind of like an EpiPen looking thing, but you stick this thing in its back, and what happens is it becomes your minion kind of now, right? Your alien minion thing.
So Pokemon-like?
No, not Pokemon-like. Not Pokemon-like at all. But it's more like the companion system from like Dragon's Dogma kind of a little bit.
Sure. Okay.
Where you have more control over it and everything. But anyway, now you can call it out and it'll defend. It has different abilities. Like there's one that I believe they call it the Colossus. I can't remember, but it has a shield. Or if you put it in attack mode, it goes all out and has these Hulk looking abilities where it's smashing stuff and whatever. But what got me was, I mean, of course, I got the Iron Man colors in there too, but what got me is that when you call it back to you, it forms to your arm like nanites, like Iron Man. Like from the most recent, the best way I can compare it to.
I'm looking at stills right now.
Right.
I remember this game now. I remember seeing this game. Okay.
Like, so this game is doing a lot of different things that I find extremely interesting. I don't know if this game just came out of nowhere. Apparently the game's been out for at least a year. Came out last year at some point. And I don't know what it is, but this game is doing a lot of the right things. Right? Again, it's like a Division, Rainbow Six, Outriders, baby.
Yeah, the devs say they were inspired by the Division.
Okay, so that makes that was the exact film that I got. The only thing that's not there is that entering cover aspect, right? Right. That's not there. I do feel like they should add it if they can. I know cover mechanics can be complicated for some people. There's only a few people who've really been able to hit it right and make it feel natural. But this game, I think this runner weekend thing is their take on a battle royale, and it's essentially PvEVP. That's exactly what it is. You capture points, you fight stuff out in the world. It's not based on kills. It's based off your team getting points. So you want to make sure that you're capturing objectives to get points because everybody has 3 lives that you have, but as you progress further, because it is based off of how many points your team has, you want to make sure not only are you capturing points, defeating other monsters, but you're also defending these drop zones that come in that give you the bulk of the points. So the first one will come in, it'll be worth 500 for an example. The second one will come in, it'll be 700. And then the last one is 1,000. And that could completely change the game for you. Right? You could have died, lost some points, because that's the other thing, you lose points if you die. So it really entices teamwork. It really entices communication, entices influences, whichever the case, whatever word you want to use in there. But it is hitting all the right notes, has me extremely excited. I did get 2 hours of gameplay on this. So I'll probably have this next weekend playing live for you guys, but synced. You guys got a PC, check it out. It's a really interesting game. It's a good looking game. My main problem with it thus far though is it does have a lot of frame issues. Now I only noticed that when I was playing on ultra quality using DLSS and things like that, where the game crashed on me, completely froze up my computer a few times. And that's never a good thing when you get in these newer games. You don't want a game to just get in there, you're playing mid game, and then the game just completely freezes your computer. You can't do anything about it. So that has been a negative. But other than that, again, it feels like it's hitting all the right notes. I hope that it comes to all platforms because this could be the next big game. This could be the next big thing, especially for this runner weekend or for this runner mode that they have, because it's not called a battle royale, but it's definitely of that ink and of that style. And it's another example of how you take that formula and twist it just a little bit to get something unique and tailored to them. So that's been really interesting. But check it out. Check out the gameplay.
Yeah, what's even more interesting for people who want to know, again, Steel is talking about Synced Off Planet is the name of the game. This is from a Tencent first-party studio.
Is that what it is?
Internal,
wow.
Yeah, it's from Tencent Next Studios. So it's their internal teams, one of their internal teams. Again, we all know Tencent is just this big giant company who's been buying up pieces of a bunch of other companies and stuff, but people forget that they have some internal teams. This is from one of them. So very, very interesting still.
Could be their first start.
I totally did not recognize the name when you said it, but now that I've looked at still shots, I totally remember seeing the videos of this game, especially when you said the nanite comes back and it attacks.
Yeah.
I totally remember that video because I remember you and I watching it during a show going, what is this? What is
that's
this
probably what
game?
it was.
And that's what this is. So yeah, go check out Sync Off.
The only thing about that though too, if you guys do have PCs, you want to get into it, you do have to sign up for it, and they have to send you a code. So it's not one of those things where it's just open. No, you do have to be chosen. I happened to see it just one day, boom, sent the message through, and they sent me a code. So that was really dope. But yeah, and I've been having a good time with it, man. It's had some moments where I was like, man, I feel like I might need to review this game, like, because that's how much
Right.
fun I was having with it. Like, I wasn't expecting much out of it, but and the other thing they do kind of the same thing that what game did that? Where they gave us everything. Naraka did it. Where they gave you everything, and then when you get the game, they take everything away. They also do that. There's customization in the game. Again, I had my alien looking like it was Iron Man, like an Iron Man nanite, basically. So that was super. That's what I've been into this week. Gaming, dealing with some personal things behind the scenes, which is always gonna be happening. That's gonna be all good. Getting some things knocked out for that. But man, sounds like we've had a couple interesting weeks here. Again, we got a lot to talk about today. A lot of different things happening. Of course, we got to talk about the Last of Us drama that's been happening. I've heard your takes on it, Pong. I'm sure other people have. I'll probably have you start just to get some other things in there if you want to get some help segment in there at some point or whatever the case. And then Ubisoft, again, seemingly kind of showing their weaknesses in some aspects. Avatar apparently got delayed. I feel like I was at least one of the main ones saying that I don't think it was going to release this year. I know that they were trying to release it with the movie, and of course that makes sense. But for them just to have shown it and for it to look as expansive as it does, like it took them this long to get the movies out. So and then from this point forward, we do know that they put a roadmap out every other year. From this point forward, we're going to get a new Avatar movie. So, I mean, it's kind of one of those, I guess it's a positive and a negative because Avatar blew up the world when it came out. Let's see if it does it again. But this game could be something that takes that Far Cry formula and kind of reinvigorates it, because I heard there's a lot of that in there. A lot of people who've seen the gameplay are getting links from it. But I think this could be one of those that makes it different enough for people to be really enticed by it. Maybe throw like a BioShock kind of feel. I don't know. There's just a lot they could do with the story, a lot they could do with the worlds. There's just so much that could be done there. So I think that might reinvigorate them. But they have seemingly canceled some other projects, so that's really weird. Again, I do want to talk about developers pulling back communication. We had ACG, who is a well-known game reviewer, Jeremy Petner on Twitter. He just brought up some things saying, hey, he's hearing more and more that devs and these publishers are coming out and saying, hey, we're just going to cut off communication. Again, I've mentioned here before, you should have a marketing team that's supposed to be able to handle these things, especially if you're a bigger company. Now, if you're like an indie team or something, I can understand. I'm of two minds about it. And again, I believe we've made those statements before, but we definitely will talk about that. Like I mentioned earlier too, behind the scenes, GeForce now continuing to make this push I think they want to be competitive in the scene too. Again, 120 FPS coming to all compatible Android phones. That's a big thing. And for those who play that way, I know it's not a big thing for a lot of people. And there's some other things that we're going to throw in there too. But I think this would be the perfect point to swap gears and get right into our upcoming game segment. So you guys not only know what's coming in, but you can kind of prep yourself, have an idea. This has been a couple weeks. Who knows what week we might be in, or what we can expect to see here soon. So,
let's get down to business. What do we got coming up here? We got the week of July the 20th.
Give me a second here. Let me get this set up. To get pull some things over. See if it'll pull up here. Of course it didn't.
Of course not. Why would it?
That's perfectly fine. I'm just gonna have to make some adjustments on the fly. Again, did change some things with the layout, so things aren't as fluid as they should be. Things happen. You make changes when you make adjustments. You gotta try to prepare for everything, but you can't all things. Right, that's looking all right. Let me get down here to the section where we at in July.
July, that is correct, sir.
What's the first game we're getting into? Is that Story?
July 25th. We get into the Story of Seasons, Pioneers of Olive Town. That's right, Story of Seasons, obviously a pretty big franchise, right? It's been around for a while. It's been on a Switch. It is now coming to PlayStation 4 on July the 26th. So the Story of Seasons fans, guess what? Got a PlayStation? You're gonna be able to play it now. So that's gonna be a very, very cool. Again, for those that are into those types of games, it is a big deal. So Pioneers of Olive Town coming to PlayStation 4 on the 26th. And then we've got Octopath Traveler, Champions of the Continent, coming to
DLC?
iOS
Huh.
and Android. Yeah. I don't know if this is actually DLC or if this is just a different version. I'm not quite sure on that yet.
Okay.
Let me take a quick look here. Let's see if I can get some, but it's obviously the mobile version.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
Um, yeah, yeah. It's the latest installment of the late beloved Octopath Traveler
Okay.
series. So it is specifically for mobile side of things. So again, Octopath Traveler, listen,
A lot of people like it.
fantastic,
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people like it.
fantastic game. And if there's any games that are set up to be played, personally for me on mobile, like I can't do Call of Duty mobile. Okay, I've tried.
Nah,
I can't
that's weird.
there's only certain games that are set up like for me again, as some people love it, obviously it's
Right.
huge,
Right.
it's huge. Call of Duty mobile and those types of games are huge, but this is like the perfect game, that turn-based classic JRPG style fits well on a mobile device because it's like having a handheld, right?
Right.
That's all it is, right? It's like the old school, whether you had a Vita, whether you had a DS, it doesn't matter. Those games play perfectly in that scenario. So this is another one coming. So anybody looking for a new mobile JRPG game, listen, Octopath Traveler will not do you wrong. I can guarantee you that. This is a great game. Obviously, we got Octopath Traveler last year
Yeah.
for Xbox, and it's fantastic. So it's still on Game Pass to this day. So please go check that out. That is coming to iOS and Android July 27th. We got Bear and Breakfast coming to PC on July 28th.
Oh, my birthday. It'd be a birthday game.
There
Bear
you go. Developed by Gummy Cat, published
Gummy
by Armor
Cat.
Game Studios. Yes, it's a simulation game.
Oh
Bear
God.
and
Okay.
what the heck is this? Wait, I gotta check this out.
It's a simulation game where you gonna get chased
It's
by
a-
bears.
Well, no, you are a bear, I think, in this game.
Oh
Yes,
God,
are
you're the
a
bear. Oh wow.
It's coming to Switch later, so this is going to be a Switch game as well. Build and run a bed and breakfast in the woods, but you're a bear. Tourists are flooding in, your decoration senses are tingling, and the woods are making a kooky noise. That's the description direct from the developer. So you're a bear running a bed and breakfast in the middle of the woods, and obviously got to build it up. So there you go.
Okay.
Bear and
Interesting.
Yeah, yeah. Steel, birthday game. Stream it maybe.
Yeah, I'm streaming day one. No, I'm not gonna be playing this. But definitely seems interesting.
Lost Epic, coming July 28th to PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, and PC. This is from Team Earth Wars, is the developer, published by 1or8. This is an action game.
Oh wow,
It's got an anime feel to it. Definitely
interesting.
looking. Yeah, this is
Lost Epic?
Lost
Another
Epic.
PlayStation console exclusive.
Yeah, and it's definitely got that. It's that
looks
Eastern
really cool.
flavor. It is from a Japanese developer, 100%. Their website is all in.
It was actually just
Japanese, so-
exited Steam early access.
Yeah. So, hey, shout out to that. Again, these are the types of games I wish would hit Xbox as well, but we're not quite there yet.
It's a 2D
But maybe
action
someday
RPG.
this generation. 2D action RPG side scroll. It looks like it's got beautiful animation from what I'm seeing. So again, that hand drawn feel to it. I absolutely love that stuff.
Let's see what we got going on here.
What we got going on?
No, I'm just playing a little bit of gameplay here for
playing a little gameplay.
Yeah, just trying to get an idea for what it is. Shout out to GameInformer.com for having these ready. It looks different.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm all about that stuff, man. Again, that's the cool stuff that we just don't see on the Xbox side yet.
Nick said that game should have been called Bear Stole All My Breakfast because he mauled me. Yeah, probably.
Otherwise known as AKA Goldilocks. Right?
Basically.
So
Free bear.
that's where we're at with this. All right. And then on July 29th, we got all you Digimon fans still alive and kicking.
No, this isn't the game that they should have brought back, bro. Like
Digimon Survive.
This is a turn-based game, man.
You and your turn-based slander.
Turn-based, man.
Listen,
Nobody
brother.
wants that.
Yes,
Digimon
we do.
game. Nobody wants a turn-based.
I'm not
Digimon.
saying we want Digimon per se, but turn-based
is fine.
strategy games are still a thing.
I mean, again, obviously, I was a fan at one point. I don't know why I keep minimizing this. Sorry, guys. I'm probably fucking up for you.
Look, Bandai Namco can do no wrong right now, Steel. So if they want to bring back Digimon Survive, they can bring back Digimon Survive.
They can bring back whatever they want, huh?
Yeah, that's right. So Digimon Survive is coming on July 29th, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. So go out there and get your Digimon on, okay? And then the final game, which is a big one for Nintendo. This is the big one of the week. Again, it's a light week this week, but Xenoblade Chronicles 3, one of the franchises that again, if I was gonna buy a Nintendo, I would these would be the first games that I go out and get. Yeah, Xenoblade is one that I miss, not being anywhere else, but it is going to be gigantic. People are all over this. Yeah. Again, this is hype. Monolith Soft, published by Nintendo, of course. Xenoblade Chronicles 3, July 29th, coming to Switch. It's going to be a big launch. You're going to be seeing a lot of people playing this game. Again,
it's crazy, man. I tried to get into Xenoblade. I don't know if I just didn't give it a fair shot, and I like mechs. That's my thing.
Yeah.
I couldn't get into it. I don't know if it was because of the combat or what it was, but something was off with it, man, that it just didn't click for me. And Dragonheart, you're exactly right. I do want that Digimon open world experience. Yes, and Digimon World for PS1 is such a perfect fucking example. That game was freaking fantastic. Although your Digimon would walk around pooping and stuff. Like, I was like, okay, well, we got this dynamic in here. But no, that game was amazing. My fault, Pong. But
no, why don't you want pooping Digimon? I don't get it. What's the problem with pooping?
There's other mechanics that could be added in there, like that I could care about.
Nicky T, don't come in here with your turn-based slander either, okay? Listen, turn-based is where it's at, okay? You guys don't understand. You younger generations, get off my lawn.
No, okay? I understand.
Nonsense that we need all action games.
We do.
We do not need all action games.
We do. Okay? We need all action games. It all needs to be action-based. Action-based combat. We're all throwing hands with each other. That's what matters.
For life. Turn-based for life. All right.
Look, again, listen, I'm RTS view.
We don't. Yeah, I know RTS view. We are. I'm not that young. Well, then what's your problem, Nicky? You grew up on turn-based. If you're not that young.
Hey, you grew up. I grew up on it too. I don't like it. Not anymore.
You were in that half and half stage.
I loved RTS
action and spoiled it all. So, anyways. Listen, that is this week in gaming. Again, not a big week, but Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is the big launch of this week for sure. That's going to be over Nintendo. So again, shout out to Nintendo. That is one of their. It irks me. It's not anywhere else. Still not enough to go get me to buy a Switch, but it's close. Xenoblade, Fire Emblem are the two big ones that I miss, for sure. So that's going to be big. So that's it, man.
Nice. Hey, well, that's what's up. Definitely seems like we've got an interesting week there. That was the upcoming game segment. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are here with us, hit that like button, share us out. I am going to try to send out some more live messages as we go kind of stroll through the show. But I think since it's been a couple weeks off, I think this is the perfect time. Jesse Darby says, just play games, not genre. I mean, again, it's all part of the conversation, right? For me, I definitely agree. Just play the games, not the genre. But the genre, especially when you think about time consumption, I don't have time to sit here and try everything because I get enveloped in these worlds that I jump into. And I would rather play a different style of game. Personally, nothing against RTSs. I love RTSs. Again, I wouldn't use the quote, taking that RTS view if that wasn't the case. I'm just not the one to play them anymore. And Stray was actually really, and again, me and Pong have mentioned Stray. I'm definitely interested. And I actually already have that downloaded, so I might get some gameplay of that sometime soon, but it'll probably be at least a few weeks at this. Dragonheart Yobi says, did you peep the Keyblade mod for Final Fantasy VII Remake? Yes, I did peep the Keyblade mod. I am not a Kingdom Hearts fan. I tried to play 1 and 2, and I I don't get what people liked about it. I mean, the combat's cool, but it's super simplistic to me. I don't like Sora or as a character overall. I like them trying to put the Disney aesthetic in it, but Mickey Mouse doesn't ever do anything for me. Seeing Goofy is amazing because I like Goofy as a character. One of my favorite characters of all time. But overall, I've never been able to get into the Kingdom Hearts. It's just I don't get it. And I put like 30 hours into Kingdom Hearts 2. No, I put like about 15 to 20 hours into Kingdom Hearts 1, and then I put about 10 hours into 2, and just couldn't get into it. And like I understand why people like it, and that's what's up. But it's not like a Scarlet Nexus or Final Fantasy VII or anything else like that. Not to me, at least. But Black Card Day, what's going on, my brother? But coming off of the upcoming game segment, I think this would be the perfect point for maybe Pong to get some help because he's been kind of on the mantle this week of telling people, hey, I mean, how they feel about this $70 Last of Us game. But I think this would be a perfect jump off point just because it has been a couple weeks for us. And again, what's wrong with a little bit of smoke here and there, right? So if you're asking what I mean by this, the devs of Last of Us came out, and because a lot of people were up in arms saying, oh, the gameplay, because there were leaks of the gameplay coming out and everything. And 100% right, Nikki T, people can play what they want. But
yeah, Nikki T, I was just giving jokes because Steel and Steel's been doing the turn-based slander, and we had a week off. And I told him in the DMs that he was lucky we had a week off because he started coming with the turn-based slander earlier last week, and so that was why. So you just jumped right into that mix. So
hey, and Nikki T, if you're newer, look, man. We like to joke about those things, but we represent everything in the gaming universe. We don't care. If you're a mobile gamer, we don't care. I like whatever you're into, that's what it's about. Because again, the gaming industry is what's important, not just your specific plastic or your specific titles or nothing like that. So, but just to get back into The Last of Us, there were some leaks of the Last of Us remake gameplay that were going out. Shout out to Special Nick from the Xbox era. He has leaked them. Mainly from what I've seen, and
then deleted them.
Then he deleted them. Yes. Yeah. He showed the controller layout. He also showed the actual gameplay itself. Me and Pong kind of went back and forth with this because one of the main things that, and I don't care who you are, if you were going to tell me, again, we talk about intellectual dishonesty, this being disingenuous and everything else, but if you're going to sit here and tell me that you did not expect for this game to have that Last of Us 2 effect, I'm going to tell you that you were blatantly fucking lying. Use my language. You can feel however you want to. Everybody thought that this was going to be Last of Us 1 with Last of Us 2 mechanics. That's what everybody thought. Hey, they're taking everything from Last of Us 2 and they're putting it in one. Going to be a brand new experience. You're going to be able to prone. You're going to be able to do all the things that you're able to do that made Last of Us 2 really unique. That doesn't necessarily seem to be the case. The gameplay videos that I've seen, Pong sent it to me, and I watched it, and I wrote him back, and I was like, that looks exactly how I remember. Like, exactly. Like, to the T. Not graphical-wise, but movement-wise. It looked exactly the same. So boom, that's strike one. You're not doing the same things that you were doing in Last of Us 2. Get feeling wise. And then they proceed to show us, now you didn't really get to see this in the leaks and everything, and leaks were washed out, whatever. Outside of having a dodge mechanic and everything else, whatever. I can't remember whether the first one did or not. I don't remember it being an issue in the first game either. So I don't care one way or the other, but you can't say that you're remaking the game, pitch it like you're incorporating. Again, he came out, was it Nia that came out and said it?
Druckmann on
Druckmann
TV
came out and said
Summer Games Fest.
He
Not
came
like a long time ago.
No. Summer Games Fest at Jeff Keighley's show. He came out and said that this game is rebuilt from the ground up to include all the things that we have learned.
Specifically said gameplay.
And specifically mentioned gameplay, and then we get leaks of gameplay that look exactly the same as it did before. Now, people can mention AI, and they put out a video. This became such a thing, and again, this will go into how devs feel about communicating and everything else, and whether this could have been part of it. I think it was this case, for sure, because there was a lot of smoke, and they wanted to correct some things, and I still think that they didn't do themselves justice with showing that video. Why? I'm going to explain here. And then I'm going to kind of pass it off to you. For me, telling me that you changed the AI, telling me that you, telling me that you changed the AI and then we get leaks of video clips that show the AI hasn't really changed, that they're still running around the open. Okay. Telling me that there's more destructibility. Life improvement. I get it. That's cool. That's understandable. I expect that. What else? The graphical fidelity of the game. I can't deny. God damn, does it look fantastic? But I do feel like it is missing some of the magic the first game had. Like, one of the main things that I've seen people talking about is that the fact that the characters do look older than they did in the first game, than they did originally. I don't like that, personally. Because I do agree with that. The characters do look older. I heard somebody, who was it? Somebody said they look like trailer trash at this point. Like, the way that they redesigned, they made them look older, made them look more beat up, and I get it. That's the world that they were in. But they looked fine before. They had like a little bit of a younger aesthetic to them. No, the facial animations weren't perfect, and it didn't look like The Last of Us 2, but I feel like there was a certain magic about that game that made things come across a certain way that they didn't need to necessarily change. It's like taking the Spider-Man thing, changing the character for Spider-Man. Now, they probably did it for other reasons. It probably could have been money reasons, whatever the case. But it's like doing that for what? And this is even worse because it's 10 years removed, right? Like, it's been, probably less than that. I think the last update for Last of Us Part 1 was about 2014, 2015, if I can't remember, if I'm recalling right. So there's a lot of things in this game, in this remake of the remaster that they did, that again, do not fall in line with the argument that is currently going on about the game being $70. Now, I'm not here to argue whether $70 is worth it to you or not. I don't care. If you think that it is, cool, man. Fine. I don't think it is. You're missing half a game. Oh, but it doesn't matter for this one, though. Oh, okay. Oh, their factions is coming out next year. They said it got too big. Oh, okay. But you give me only life improvements that really aren't that big. And then now also that, other than the graphical side of things, because that is a major leap. Well, I'll be honest. And then they came out with the modes and everything, with the quality settings they're going to have for PS5. And I think the quality mode was like 4K at 40 FPS. What are we doing? What world are we living in? Is this fucking Bizarro world? 40 FPS, Sony? So, and because the thing that I was also hearing is that, oh, well, Naughty Dog, they didn't have any other games to work on. Oh, well, this team didn't have anything else to work on. So they said, oh, let's remake the remaster of this game. What? You didn't have anything else to work on. So instead of working on factions, saying, hey, we promised our community, our people who love this game, that they were going to get factions too when Last of Us 2 dropped. We promised that. We said, oh, it's going to release. We told people that it wasn't ready. So now we have a team that's kind of in this weird space. They don't have nothing to really work on. So instead of we saying, hey, Put them on with this team so we can get this version out. We can get multiplayer out so that we can, because I was thinking about this behind the scenes. And ladies and gentlemen, Pong, tell me if I'm crazy, because I'm about to get ready to pass it off to you. Tell me if I'm crazy. I think personally, and this is really strange to me, because I feel like this is such a missed opportunity with Sony, and this is part of the reason why I also feel Sony is not the Sony of old, or the Sony that we remember. The Sony of old, or Sony that I remember, what they would have done, I don't have a problem with you remaking the first game, remaking the remaster, whatever. But what you could have done, and you missed a prime opportunity, you could have sold it for $70. Why couldn't you have done the same thing that Halo did with Halo Infinite? Re-release the campaign again, all the upgrades, all the beautiful things, but also release it with factions. Do you know that would have been the cherry on top? Oh yeah, factions could be free. Halo Infinite multiplayer is free. Oh, but the story you're gonna have to pay for. Although they're kind of part of the same package, because if you notice, you play Halo Infinite, whether you're just playing the multiplayer or not, pretty much the full game, except you're removing one component or the other. You could have did the exact same thing with this, and then gave people some, hey, $70, yeah, we completely revamped everything, but boom, we also got factions, and with you getting this game for $70, you get these skins, you get these bonuses, you get all these customization options, because we appreciate our gaming community. I don't work for Naughty Dog, but how did y'all sit in those chairs, sit in a board meeting, sit around a table, and not think of this? This is why people are saying that this is a money grab. This is why. Because you could have simply done that and avoided all of this. You have done nothing but cause yourself bad PR, bad marketing. Why? Just to release a game because you're releasing a TV series? Bro, Sony, how disconnected are you? That's the way that it comes across to me. It doesn't make me enticed to play the game. And I know people are like, oh, well, you know, the graphical fidelity itself is big enough a reason to pay $70. And that is exactly why games are $70 now. Exactly why. It's not about people having money. It's not about nothing like that. Oh, you're a broke boy because you can't afford $70 games. You can't afford this remake of a remaster. Oh, you don't understand quality. Oh, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Oh, coming up with all these BS excuses, trying to defend your point for why you're going to buy the game. This is a glorified $40 patch. It's a $40 upgrade. And it is great. I highly doubt that Naughty Dog looked at this and said, yeah, we're going to charge $70 for that. I highly doubt that that was the case. Though, it's hard for me to say that because Neil Druckmann also came out and told us that the gameplay was going to be like Last of Us 2. Because they learn things. This game isn't built from the ground. Sure, the graphical fidelity is built from the ground up. Hell yeah, goddamn right it is. Looks fucking night and day. Completely different. It does. And then we see a video of, quote unquote, somebody playing a speedrun mode, and there's missing NPCs from the beginning of the game that kind of gave you that thrill of things are going crazy, everybody's in a panic. So not only are we taking it to the next generation, but we're also taking away things that impacted the story experience. So are you trying to tell a story or are you not? That's one thing I did notice about Final Fantasy VII Remake is that there is a lack of gameplay. As far as compared to, at least right now, again, I'm only about 10 hours in, but there is a lack of, Sony obviously cares more about you, about telling the story versus you playing the game. Blatantly. It's carried over into a lot of their games, which is kind of unfortunate, but it does work. None of this shit adds up though. You selling the game for $70, you not having factions ready, you then coming out and then, well, us hearing that, oh, well, you know, they didn't have nothing else to work on, so might as well do this, right? What? You couldn't put that team on faction so you can get that mode out? So that could have been ready for the movie, for the TV series that came out. I mean, people would have jumped in wanting to play. Hey, bro, you know, you can play this multiplayer game with me. Hey, did you watch that show? Yeah, they got a multiplayer game factions. It's dope. We get to build our own community. It's such a big expansion. Oh, it got bigger than anticipated. Why don't you put more people on it then? Instead of re-releasing a game that's already been remastered or remade. And missing half the content. What are we talking about here? This shows me more about Sony because, again, we talk about first party, right? Xbox isn't releasing no first party games this year. This brings up an interesting conversation about first party on the Sony side of things because, yeah, they believe in quality, but what are they really giving you as the consumer? Better looking games? That's it? Nothing else to speak on? Nothing else to speak for? Pitching things a certain way to make it seem like it's going to be one way and then it ends up being a completely different? Again, you cannot sit here and tell me, and nobody in their right mind, and say, oh, well, I never anticipated to have gameplay like Last of Us 2. Then why did they remake the game? Is this a get some help segment for me? Is it a get some help segment for the community? Am I just tripping because I just want the multiplayer? Or is there some truth in this? Like, from the gameplay that you've seen and that we commented on in the DMs, and from all the information that not only I've brought to you, but that you have seen in the amount of defense and the way people are playing chess. How are you going to play chess on a checkerboard? One, or checker pieces, that too. But how do you feel about this entire situation, man? Like, is it just a money grab? Is it just what's going on, man? Explain to me. Talk about it.
Yeah, it's business, baby. It's business, and Sony's in the business of getting as much out of their consumer base as they possibly can, which again, Nintendo's way of doing things. They do this constantly. It's a part of where we're at until the consumers stop buying these things. It's going to continue to happen. So again, I'm not going to pocket watch anybody. I'm not going to tell you that you shouldn't spend $70 on this. If you believe that this is worth it, go ahead, pick it up. Just understand that you're setting the tone for the future, right? That this is what Sony's going to continuously do to you. First, let's start out here. There's obviously been a ton of work done to this.
Yeah,
I'm not going to deny that in any way, shape, or form. The environments, the character models, it's ridiculous. When they launched, and I said from the beginning, Steel, when these leaks happen, I said I want to see actual official side by side from Naughty Dog showing me what they've done to this game. Guess what? They responded. I don't think they wanted to respond at this point, but they had to. So they put out this video. And if you watch that video, there's no way. Again, we were just talking about the other side, talking about, you know, how good it is and that's worth $70, blah, blah, blah. But from anybody who has a problem with this, you can't watch that video and not say that it does not look better, because it does. They've done a ton of work. The environments and the character models are ridiculously more detailed. CGI, the cutscenes, they went to extreme lengths to rebuild those. You can see where the remake portion of this exists. However, is this a full remake? No, I think this at best is a hybrid remake remaster. Because again, my problem comes in from the dev statements in articles when the $70 price point came out, and they came out to defend it, and they talked specifically about gameplay being different. And then you've got Druckmann himself on stage with Jeff Keighley just a month ago talking about gameplay. When you say gameplay, we all know what that means.
Yeah,
and that means that the controls are updated, right? That means that it's going to enhance the experience from the original when it comes to actual combat, movement, all of that, right? That's what gameplay is. We all understand the definition of gameplay. They get the definition. So when you specifically come out and use those words, that's what's expected. Now we have examples of this. This isn't the first time this has been done. We have examples of this that have been done right. Mass Effect trilogy.
Right.
We got the entire trilogy
Yep.
with massive updates to the
Yeah.
gameplay in one
Yeah.
to bring it in line with the more recent and more modern 2 and 3 style of gameplay. And we got all three of those games for $60. It was a huge, huge win. Resident Evil 2, you want to talk about one
Night
game
and
and
day.
not night
Night and
and
day.
day. Night and day difference, both Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3. Now, I know a lot of people weren't happy with what they did with Resident Evil 3. That's a different story. But you cannot deny that when they said Capcom came out and said, hey, we remade 2 and 3, that's exactly what you got. Not only graphically, but they went back and updated the story to fit more of a modern type of story. And the controls were obviously
Hey, yeah.
heavily, heavily changed, okay, from the originals. Now, The Last of Us is not as old as a Resident Evil 2, not as old as a Mass Effect 1. So the controls from the PS3 era aren't quite as archaic as those two examples
Right.
are. But, but since you came out with The Last of Us 2 and you introduced new gameplay, and you come out, Druckmann himself, the head of the studio, comes out and says, we've learned things from The Last of Us 2 and the Uncharted series, Uncharted 4, as far as gameplay goes, and we're going to introduce those to this remake. Well, when you say that out there in public on stage, of course you're going to set expectations.
Yeah.
The people that do have criticisms are not wrong. And again, the clown show that wants to come out and try to downplay those people or just say, oh, you guys are just bitching the bitch. That's not true. If somebody is expecting, hey, one of the greatest games of all time to a lot of people, including myself, The Last of Us 1 is in my top 10 all-time games. Okay. Who doesn't exist to me, but that's neither here nor there. The Last of Us 1 is one of my favorite all-time games. When you come out and say the things you do publicly, you set those expectations, and all of a sudden leaks come out and show without question that all you've done is visual upgrades and you have not done anything to the gameplay. Well, then you got to kind of answer for that because that's part of that $70 experience, especially, like you said, if you're not going to have the multiplayer factions mode in there, which was a part of the original game. If you're not going to include that, then you really do need to come out and justify $70 to people. Okay. And again, I'm not a part of Naughty Dog. I don't run $1 billion corporations. I don't make these boardroom decisions. But the fact is that there's nothing wrong with calling this what it is a cash grab. Now you could say that's a negative connotation, and it is, but at the end of the day, it's business. Nintendo does this constantly. They
Yeah.
do it all the time. They're still a favorite company for millions upon millions of people. So if the people are going to speak and they're going to say, we are okay with this, then who am I to argue? But what I'm saying is that does not mean that other people cannot come out and point out criticism fairly, not just saying, oh, this is shit. It's not worth $70. No, no,
Yeah.
no.
No. No. Yeah.
No, if you're going to have a discussion about whether or not this is a $70 game and somebody comes with you with valid points. Again, Mass Effect trilogy, they dropped the multiplayer. It didn't come with the multiplayer, right? The original Mass Effect
No.
2
No.
and 3 had multiplayer.
Yep.
We didn't get those,
Nope.
right? We didn't get that at all. That's okay. Again, for me, $60 for 3 games, redone very well, especially number 1 being very updated. That to me is worth it. That's a
It was
value,
100%.
right? So again, but those discussions can be had. But if you're going to have a valid discussion, if you're going to have somebody who honestly wants to bring some points, you're going to try to shut them down by saying, doesn't matter. Stupid conversation. Look at the visuals. Look, that's not how this works. Okay. There was specific statements made by the devs themselves that indicate brought up to date, has not been brought up to date. The animation is smoother. I said that right away in the DMs. The animation is smoother. The movement does appear smoother than what I remember from The
Yes.
Last of Us. Now, it's been a while, but that did seem improved. AI, as Steele brought up, now they went in depth on that video about how they've improved the AI, but they didn't do any side by sides. And in the leaked video, look, Ellie's following Joel around. As you're playing Joel, you're in the middle of a battle. She's walking out in the middle of the street as gunfire is going all around her, and she seems lost. That's the original AI. So again, why didn't they
Yeah,
show
nah.
us side by side of exactly what they're talking about? I'm sure they did update some of the scripting. I'm sure
Yeah,
they
of
did.
course.
There's no
I
doubt
hope so.
about it.
Yeah.
But you're still going to have those moments. Again, for me, I don't care. But if you're going to make this a point as to what you did here,
Right.
outside of just the visuals, again, which a lot of work was, again, I do not doubt they rebuilt everything from the ground up when it comes to visuals. Everything I've seen is incredible. The
Yeah, it looks completely
lighting,
different. Completely
look,
different.
the environments are so much more detailed than even they were in the
Crisper.
original.
Oh my God.
Absolutely crisper, all that stuff. Now, there was some sacrifices, as you brought up, Steel, in that one scene.
Again,
There was a big crowd of NPCs running with you.
people say that's because it was in the speedrun mode.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll find out, right? But those
Yeah.
things do need to be those things do need to be addressed. And again, adding additional modes like speed run, and like a permadeath mode, that's great, but it's
Accessibility
a small,
features.
yeah, accessibility features. That was another one that was brought up. Shout out to shout out to all the gamers, the disabled gamers out there who have been looking for these
Accessibility,
accessibility
yeah,
features.
facts.
It's great, but we've seen other games update that for free as part of, hey, we understand that accessibility is much more important. We're going to add all these accessibility features, but it's just going to be an update to our game that happens for free because you already paid for the game and you should have access to those, right? So we've seen those examples. So to use that as justification doesn't fly with me. So I just think, again, if this is $70, it's in the eye of the beholder. It truly is. Again, value is subjective. If you're willing to pay $70, go for it. What I'm going to say for me personally, yeah, and I know Steel, but again, that's going to be up to the base. We can sit here and try to tell people that, but again, it's not going to matter.
I just feel like that's such a cop. That's such a cop out. Like, if you think it's worth 70, then it's worth. It's not.
But Steel,
No, I
it is
get
with
it.
everything in life,
Everything.
right? It
Yeah.
is. No matter what you buy, some person may say that's not OLED TVs. Is it worth?
Yeah,
Is it worth the $1,200 I spent on the OLED? There are people out there who would honestly believe and say, and I believe them, that the OLED is not worth that. Okay. For me, is it worth it? Yeah, it's worth it. Right. So again, it's whatever you buy in life, that's the way it is. So it's not necessarily a cop out, right? It just doesn't have to end what I'm saying, Steel, and I agree with you. That's not where the conversation ends, is just simply if it's worth it to you, then buy it. If it's not, don't buy it, but don't talk about
that,
it.
like, I don't.
No.
That is such a disingenuous, like, that is a disingenuous conversation.
Yes.
You just don't want to talk about it.
No, if you've got valid points to bring, criticism to bring, and it's not just purely this game is shit, I'm not going to pay $70 and nobody else should.
Right.
That's not an honest discussion.
Right.
If you come with honest criticisms like we are, breaking down the fact that they have not updated the gameplay, that this is, again, for me, as The Last of Us being one of the greatest all-time games for me, I would not spend $70 on this remaster remake. Okay? I would not do it. I would wait for a sale or wait for it to drop into the subscription service. I would pay, had they come out and said this was $39.99, I would have been like, cool. I can see that for the graphical update. I can see that $40. 70 full price, like a brand new IP. No, I can't do that. I can't see the value there without the gameplay being updated to more modern controls. And again, I don't even have a problem with the original control. I'm one of those guys who really doesn't have an issue going back and forth between old controls and new controls, but a lot of people do. But I think that if you're going to call it a full remake, that should include the gameplay. And I think that they should have done some things to adapt some of that gameplay. And again, the animations, reusing the animations, okay, if you choose to do that, but if you're building it from the ground up and you've redone all the character models, why aren't you putting the extra time into actually creating new animations
Because it
for
was
the
too
melee and stuff?
expensive, Pong. The reason they did this because
Right.
it was for money reasons.
Right. It's a cash grab.
There was a different game that they were
Yeah.
going to make, and somebody else brought this up, and it's hard for me to go into details about it now because I don't have the exact quote and everything. But there was a different game that they were going to make, and Sony said, "No, that's going to take too much work. Let's do this."
Yes. Yes. And all the talk, Steel, wanted to address this too, because I know you brought it up. This talk that Naughty Dog wasn't doing anything, that's a bold-faced lie that they had nothing else to work on, that they just decided to go do this. Look, there's some original articles that you can go find that were written when those rumors first started, and people started talking to some of the sources from Naughty Dog about this. This started as an internal passion project from a small team. They decided they want to start remaking The Last of Us as a side thing that they were doing. Then word started spreading through the studio, people started seeing their work, and then it clicked in because they have the TV show coming out, that this would be a great way to get that hype back up again. And obviously, The Last of Us 2 did not sell as well as
No,
they had hoped.
it sells as good as the first
Right?
game.
It did not sell as well as they hoped. Not to say that it sold bad. It didn't.
It didn't do as well as the
sold
first
very
game.
well, but it did not do what the first one did for a variety of reasons that have been discussed nonstop since it came out. Okay. Some valid, some not valid, whatever. It did not get the press that they were hoping for. It was divisive. Druckmann himself knew that The Last of Us 2 would be divisive. He came out and said, I know there's some of you fans out there that will not like this game, that will in fact hate this game. So he set himself up for this. But internally, Sony knows that with the show coming out, with the increased renewed hype around Joel and Ellie's relationship, which is what everybody loves about the first one, hands down, that they could go ahead and get away with doing this remake. They could go ahead and get away with putting out this game for $70. Look, they put out the Uncharted remastered collection to get it out on PC, but they also put it out on PS5. Now they didn't do as much work there, but you got multiple games for $50, right? $60, whatever it was, $50, $60. They knew The Last of Us, they could get away with $70. They knew there would be a big enough portion of the fan base, no matter what they did, as long as visually they did the work, that they would be able to sell it at $70. Again, that's not the problem I have. The problem is that there was comments made direct from the developers, not hearsay.
Yeah,
Druckmann
no.
on stage talking about the gameplay being updated. That has not happened unless you're going to honestly look me bold in the face, Druckmann, and tell me that you're talking about AI as part of the gameplay, or you're talking about character models and some of the running animation
Bro,
being part of the gameplay. That
you released a video that told me exactly that.
right.
You released a video that's in whether it was in response or not, but detailing what you changed to the game, and you gave me nothing but life improvements. Nothing to change the gameplay mechanics.
Nope, nothing whatsoever.
Nothing. And now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, there was literally all you had was a crouch, and you moved around. And your ability to get around cover issue was just depending on how fast you could move around. That was it. Not dodging out of the way, nothing.
Nope. And to your point, Steel, as far as what they should have done, how they could have, had they included factions in this,
bro,
absolutely would have been worth it.
Bro, it would have been an easy sell.
Right.
It would have been the Halo effect because you couldn't doubt it then.
And why not release the fact? Why not do some upgrading to the factions? Why not, after you broke your promise that factions was going to come out after The Last of Us 2, and you decided to make it a bigger mode, obviously as part of Sony's new games as a service strategy,
right?
Part of their new subscription service plans, you decided business-wise that you were going to take that mode and create something bigger. Cool. That's a call you got to make.
Excellent.
You disappointed a lot of fans like Steel out there who were expecting that you promised that was coming. But what you could have done as a little gift to everybody, you could have easily, and I say easily, I'm not a dev, but again, if you're going to take this much time to redo this game and charge $70, don't tell me you could not have had another team work on the original factions. You don't even have to do as much work as you did in this one. but just bring the original factions up to date a little bit and say, you know what? We are sorry. We promised you that we were going to have the new factions out
Right.
after The Last of Us 2. First, it was supposed to be there at launch. Then we told you, well, it's not quite ready, but we are going to have it. We promise. We never made that because it shifted to something bigger, and we're excited for that. But as a consolation prize to all of you that were waiting on that, we decided to go back and relaunch the original factions with this remake, remaster, and here it is. We hope that you enjoy it, and we can't wait for you guys to see what we've done with the new factions coming out. That would have been a little consolidation for everybody, right? That would have been a little piecemeal, like, hey, really sorry, but here it is. That would have even added value to this. That I could see, but to completely ignore it yet again, to completely drop it yet again in this one is unacceptable to me. And again, not gonna pocket watch anybody. Go spend your $70.
Yeah.
Be
Huh.
happy. Get out there, but don't
Yeah.
tell everybody they're stupid for discussing it. Don't tell everybody that there's no discussion to be had here. Don't try to tell everybody
Yeah.
that there's no criticism, that this is enough. No, if you want to say it's enough, that's
Ooh,
fine. That's your stance.
I feel
We
you.
can have that discussion, but there's also the other side that can honestly, right, intelligently discuss some criticism when it comes to this game. And you can't shut down that conversation just because to you it's okay. Can't shut down that discussion. Can't. It's going to happen. It needs to be brought up because these companies should hear some dissatisfaction. And obviously, Sony did hear the dissatisfaction with the leaks coming out because they put out a response video that I think they had no plans of doing right now. I think that was probably part of a launch plan that they were going to show off. Hey, here's some more details about what we've done. But they moved that way up in response to those leaks and into the blowback. And that's good that Sony's
Yeah,
paying
yeah.
attention.
Yeah,
That's
obviously not
good.
enough.
No,
Huh.
not enough,
God
but it's
damn.
good that they are hearing it, and it's good that they are making response videos because it does show they're paying attention, and they need to know that not everything they do is acceptable to everybody. And I will give credit. Yes, the Sony Defense Force, that's what it used to be called before everybody came up with Pony and Xbox. The Sony Defense Force was started back in PS3 days
Yeah.
for all the people trying to defend price point and
Right.
sell processor.
Right.
Okay, that's way back in the day. Some of you don't remember the SDF. The SDF was what everybody slandered Sony fans with.
It was garbage.
The SDF was out in force on this one,
Oh
but
god.
there was some prominent members. Shout out to MBG. I'll name him personally. Shout out to MBG. Credit where
Yeah.
credit's due. He put out a tweet and he put out a video breaking down their response video and still said this is not acceptable that Sony is taking advantage of their fan base and the goodwill that they had
That's
in
it.
last generation.
That's it. That's all that it
Hey,
is.
listen, praise where praise is due. Graphics look great. Environments, character models definitely did a lot of work. No, again, shout out to Naughty Dog. They did an incredible job. Accessibility features, the haptic feedbacks. Again, that's a big deal for a lot of people, not for me, but it's there. They added some stuff and they did an amazing job on the graphics. But he also did call out that there was no gameplay up, that was still the same. And he did call out that there was no side by sides of the AI, that there was no side by sides of some of the other stuff in there because he felt like, you guys are trying to sell us something that really ain't that big of a deal. Okay. So shout out to some of the community on the Sony side who are finally starting to speak up about some of the frustrations here and that the $70 price point might not have been the best decision for Sony to do this with. That's my take, Steel.
And for me, I think that's the biggest thing, honestly. It's just that it just feels disingenuous, right? And that's been one of my biggest things with Sony since the PlayStation 2, right? Towards the end of the PlayStation 2 generation, personally, I had issues where I've had to contact Sony and everything else. Going into the PlayStation 3 generation, part of the reason I just didn't invest. Other than that, I just wasn't invested in that ecosystem because obviously the multiplayer side of things was definitely swung one way versus the other side, right? I just want, and again, I can't force anybody to have a certain type of conversation for you to talk about things in a certain manner or whatever the case. It's, again, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, but I do think it is a bit of a cop out to be like, oh, well, it's worth it for these reasons, although the dev themselves came out and told you something completely different. It just makes you look at things a little bit differently personally. So that's why I feel as strong as I do. And I am a main proponent of, I want factions. Like, I am not going to play Last of Us 2 if I'm not going to get factions. Period. I've said that since the first game released. I'm not doing it. That's a personal thing. Anybody can feel how they want to feel. If you think it's worth it to you, then ooh, that's what matters. But at the end of the day, I just feel like, again, like I mentioned earlier, it's a missed opportunity for you not to release this with factions. You could have basically re-released the first game as a complete package and fulfilled your promise with your multiplayer side of things. And whether you put that in your subscription service, or that could be another play that they have here. Hey, it's $70, but guess what? You get that PS Plus extra tier. You can get it today, part of your service. And then boom, what does that prove then? That they're doing the exact same thing that the competitor is doing, a lot faster than people anticipated. That'd be the only way that they could back themselves out of this at this point. Hey, it's $70, but try the PS Plus extra and you can get it part of your service. That'd be a huge way to buy back a lot of that. Because then people will have the obvious argument, oh, well, I only paid $10, $15 a month for it. So what's wrong with that? That's what you do on Xbox, right? So again, that would lead it down a path of where there could be multiple conversations had at that point. Because a lot of people don't want Sony to do what Xbox is doing. And a lot of people don't want Xbox to do what Sony does as far as making games. But I think as far as reaching the consumer, as far as marketing goes, there are things that they will and can take from each other that will help benefit one another. And Sony's marketing was one of their key points. What are you doing now? Because it seems like your marketing team is kind of lackluster. And again, yeah, you might sell more copies because of the show and everything else, but how many more copies would you have sold if you sold it with the multiplayer? And driven that hype. You could have drove that hype through the roof, because multiplayer games have proven over the last decade that once you get people invested in that ecosystem or within that game, they will tell their friends about it. And they will play. And then based off of what they play, they'll jump into the story. Oh, wow, this multiplayer plays like this, and there's a story? Oh, man, I didn't even know. I heard about the show. I heard it was good. You said there's a game that I can play? Oh, wow, let me try that out. Then boom, before you know it, you sold another 20 million copies of the first game.
That's a piece that Sony has to relearn now, right? Last generation, because they gave up all their multiplayer, because they relied on third parties like Call of Duty to supply that actual, multiplayer experience for their customers. They now have to relearn all those. They now have to relearn and go back and redevelop all that again. They had an opportunity here to start with factions early just by redoing the old one and giving their customers a taste again,
right,
and getting them hyped to get excited for the new one coming out, even if it was a short term, even if they expect that Factions 2 is going to be out early next year, which I think it is. Even if that was the case, they could have started re-energizing that base again with a Factions remake included.
Yeah. And that's that's the biggest thing for me, man. Like, I know a lot of people, who cares about this conversation? It is an open conversation to have, because you can't look at one side, criticize them for all these different things, and then I look at the other side and be like, man. And I know it's the same thing for Nintendo. Nintendo doesn't get the pass for me just because they do this. Yeah, they get the pass to the majority of people and to their consumer base. Yeah, but they don't get a pass from me. I don't think that it's, for another example, I don't think that it's okay for them to release Pokemon Arceus half-baked pretty much, and then re-release basically Pokemon Arceus, call it Scarlet and Violet, and now add co-op to the game. What the fuck happened to the first game? Oh, you wanted to prove that the way that you have the game set up now works, that people like it, before you start incorporating things. I see you, Nintendo, but even Nintendo, they don't get the pass. Like, they don't get that pass from me. It's still the same smoke. Xbox could do the exact same thing, but I can't do that with Xbox because most games are going to have that fidelity and frame boost. Most games have that. Gears of War being a good example. They'll release the Ultimate Edition and release a complete package and completely revamped game. Now you can play 120 frames. You can do all these great things. There's examples out there. So it's just, I do think that this does kind of line up with a perfect conversation with ACG bringing up devs and publishers seemingly, well, at least him hearing, and ACG, Jeremy Pentner on Twitter, is a game reviewer. He's been in the gaming ecosystem for a long time. His opinion is very trusted. He does things like Walk the Walk, where he'll basically go through a game and give you he'll break it down and give you his entire experience of the game. So like most recently he did Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and I thought I watched a little bit of it, didn't get to watch the whole thing, but he also mentioned in his podcast some of my same feelings, that after about, after the first 40 hours, you kind of start realizing that this game isn't what it could be. But anyway, so just to give you a little bit of background about him, but he does have those connections, and seemingly, I think a couple weeks ago we mentioned this, where devs and publishers are coming out and kind of telling people, having conversations of, should they remain vocal? Should they continue to talk to the community? Because the community doesn't do anything, because again, we as gamers are entitled, and there are a lot of us who don't understand that we're entitled, and talk to these devs and these people who create these pieces of art is however the fuck they want, right? They tell them that they're, I'm gonna kill you because you didn't release this game. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna find your daughter and I'm gonna do something really gruesome to her because you wouldn't give me a release date, or you didn't give me enough upgrades, so I'm gonna send you some D-pics now, or whatever the case may be. Like, and on one hand, again, I mentioned this previously when we had this conversation. On one hand, I do think that they are right to do that, to pull back some of that, because unless you have something really to say, like a real update, you don't need to be talking about it. You see this with 343, and that's one of the things that I will say about 343, where they have adjusted their communication a little bit, where they've had to, because they've gotten a lot of backlash, because they were talking too much. It's some of the same things that Bungie did with Destiny. Y'all were fucking talking too much. No, Destiny is another good example. Where's the PvP content at? You go for years not feeding a fan base, people are going to have a problem. But just because they don't talk to you for a month doesn't mean that they need to tell you anything. If they don't have an update, they don't need to update you. But on the other side of that, it's like, where's your marketing team at? Where's the people that get paid specific dollars, especially when you have the amount of money these corporations have, or these publishers have, or some of these dev teams have? I'm not talking about indie studios, because that's understandable. We've seen guys like the guy from Hyperbox, hopefully I'm saying that right.
Hypercharge,
the toy soldier kind of game, where he came out and he's the only main one doing the marketing for his game. So of course he's going to get some backlash, people talking shit and everything else, because he's a 5-man team. But when you have 2, 3, 4, 5,000 people working for you, and you don't have a solid marketing team, Bungie, 343, Naughty Dog, it don't matter who you are. What the fuck are y'all doing? It's part of business. You have to have people who have that thick skin to take those shots, to deal with the BS. Because at the end of the day, these people aren't going to harm you. These people are keyboard warriors. This has been a thing since the early 2000s. Threats and everything else is that people can just be more vocal now. That's the main difference. And it can be seen. It can be more vocal and it can be seen. I'm pretty sure people were sending people letters back in the day. Tons and tons of letters to their doorstep, making threats and everything else. Now it's just like you instantly see. If people aren't happy, you instantly see it. That doesn't mean that you got to say something. You have a team, right? Go back to your team. Bring up some of the things that you've seen. Hey, people are having these issues. This is what we're seeing. Is this part of our what we were trying to do, what we were trying to make with this game, which kind of leads into also into that conversation that I always bring up, is that I want devs to make their game, not the community make the game, because what is the point in that? Unless you're making a multiplayer experience, then it's completely different. You need some of that input there. But we can also see how that affects it negatively, because people like the Halo veterans, I don't know who will tell you that Halo doesn't need sprint. So it's like certain things you can't listen to because they don't make sense, but you should have people or a team that sit there and are able to sift through the BS. What is real? What's not? How can we change things? What is kind of just smoke and people just being mad and entitled or not? So I want to pull the quote from ACG, because when he was mentioning developers pulling back communication, he said, like I said a couple weeks ago, Bungie isn't the only one pulling back on comms. I think in the end, it's smart. It stamps 2022 as the year this becomes a thing, and you will see more PR about it. Though some are not making it public. How do you feel about devs and pubs doing this? Again, shout out to ACG. Biggest reason why I wanted to bring this to the channel. Me and Pong like having these conversations because this is the other side that people don't want to talk about, right? Hey, how are people being treated? Hey, well, there are things that you could be doing differently. Hey, communication is something that you need. But for an example, if me and Pong blew up, all of a sudden they got 10,000 subs, no, we're not going to get to everybody, and not all 10,000 are like everything that me and Pong do. But can me and Pong sit to the side one Sunday or something and be like, Pong, man, I read through these different chats this week. I can also admit, me and Pong do tend to be a little bit more, for lack of a better term, cold-hearted or a little bit callous because of our customer service kind of history, right? When you're in sales, you've been dealing with people for a long time, you do become kind of jaded towards people. Because you see a lot of negatives from people in the customer service field when you're to the service of people. So I understand it, but me and Pong can sit down and be like, yeah, man, what do you think about these things? Do you think this is legit? Do you think we should just keep going this direction? What's going on? We would be able to do that and be perfectly fine. I understand not everybody's built that way. There are people you can put in place to handle that. Again, you're in the studio, I get it. But it's just two sides of the fence, right? It's another one of those, again, my favorite phrase, it's a double-edged sword. And this is a main example of that double-edged sword of having good open communication and also having people or having a group of people that are so entitled that they need things exactly when they need them. But I also don't think that that's anything new. Like, humans have always been that way. If you don't give it to me now, it's a problem.
It's not new, Steel. The accessibility to people and the accessibility
that is new.
Reach out and
new.
touch somebody, figuratively speaking, of course, right. But through contact, through communication that we never had access to previously. That's what's different now.
Exactly.
You're right. The demand for information, the wanting of knowing what's going on with these devs and where the games are, right. And what the release date's going to be, and what does it look like, and oh my god,
it's not our business. Like at the end of the day, we want to know. But
it used to be spoon fed to us.
Right.
Now it's barfed all over the internet, and now we can instantly react to it, and we can instantly tell a mob of people out there what we think, and we can find people who think exactly like us, and then we can all go directly to the source and be like, we don't like this, we don't like this. And I'm not talking about me personally.
Yeah, I'm just overall.
But I'm just saying overall, gamers now, we're talking about this industry. It's for all industries, right?
Yeah.
Movies, everything has
it's everything.
Passion, right? We just have the ability to actually get to the people directly who are making the things that we love, supposedly, and tell them that we hate it. Right? That's the difference nowadays. And that's what's happened is that the internet has provided, social media has provided anonymity for everybody to be able to reach out and directly affect other people that are supposedly, again, creating things that we want. but we tend to all of a sudden hate. And that's the difference here. And we, again, as human beings, being human beings, again, my bar for humanity,
Yeah, it's low. It's real
it
low.
bottomed out long
It's
ago.
real
So
low.
I have zero expectations. Like Steele said, again, the stuff that these devs are dealing with, I've been dealing with for my entire real life
15
career.
years.
Right, my real
For
life,
me.
no, since I started working at
Oh yeah.
16,
Yeah.
15 and a half. So for 32 years, literally for 32 years, I have been interacting with the human race on a daily basis, on a one-on-one customer service, sales aspect, finance aspect. I have taken the same abuse nonstop since I was 15 and a half.
Yep.
Okay. Every day, nearly every day I've gone into work, I've had at least one experience that these devs have with somebody calling me names, threatening my family, whatever the case may be. I've had all of it and more. Okay. So for me, I'm calloused. For me, my bar is set so low. This is normal. But for a lot of these people, they've never had this before in their life. A lot of this, for a lot of these people, they've never experienced that in their lives. And now here we are in the social media digital age. All of a sudden, they've got people reaching out to them, making these ridiculous statements, sending them deed pics, death threats, whatever the case may be. And it's something they've never had to go through in their entire life before. And it's shocking to them. And it's heartbreaking to them. It hits them emotionally. Whereas I long ago lost all those emotions.
Yeah.
Long ago, stopped caring what other people think. But for these devs, it's all a new experience. And it's give and take, like you said, Steele. That accessibility goes both ways, and it's a part of marketing now. They have the ability to reach customers that they never had the ability to before without a middleman, like a gaming magazine. Now the
I
devs
agree.
can instantaneously tweet out pictures of their latest build and get instant feedback, both good and bad, but also market for
Their latest
free what
build.
normally would have costed them money back in the day. They can now market for free to millions of people
Yep.
all at one time, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Twitter. They have that going in their benefit as well. So it's this give and take. But the abuse that human beings on the other side may not be used to, that don't deserve, that's where there has to be a line drawn in the sand. And again, if your team is not willing to take that side of things, whether right or wrong, and again, that's a discussion to be had.
Right.
If they're not willing to take that and they don't want to take that on, then I think it is the company's responsibility. And I think it is the
Yeah.
company's responsibility to find that buffer, whether that is a one kind of, hey, we're going to have one avenue that you can reach us, and it's going to be through our community manager, and it's going to be all regulated here. And you're not going to have access to our devs. You're not going to have access to
Right.
our CEO. You're not going to have access to anybody else in our company. Direct all of your communication through here, whether it's rage or whether it's love. This is the only spot you can reach us. Like, if they have to do that, then so be it. They got to make that decision, right? And they got to tell their devs, hey, if you're going to be on social media, do not put in your bio that you work for us. Do not talk about the games that you're working on. Do not experience it, because you will face backlash as a unfortunate
Right.
side consequence of that. Okay. So if you don't want that, you're going to have to scrub your social media. Okay. Whatever they got to do, they got to do. For me, I don't care. To me, I almost want to go back to the old days where we had to wait.
Only got it certain times of the year.
3-month-old
3. Yep.
information from magazines that may or may not be legit, because we now know that a lot of the rumor mills from magazines was just speculation
Yeah, they
town,
were just
like
talking
we
shit.
do.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
just some normal person just talking about what they thought might happen and throwing it out there like a rumor. Listen, those were fun days. Now, would it be great for podcasting not to have accessibility, not to have companies talking about their stuff?
Might be good for us. We'd
It
be all
might be,
right.
because we could just create our own stuff, right? We can create our own narratives.
We'd be all right.
All the time. But at the end of the day, the company's got to do what they got to do to protect themselves, to protect their employees. And if that means pulling back from social media, so be it. I'm for it. That's fine. Again, Steele, yes, I can look at it from my callous point of view and be like, hey, you probably should just, if you're going to be out here, you should probably just grow some thicker skin, right? That
I
should
mean,
be
yeah,
this.
but
But
it
not
can't
everybody
just-
is able to do that. Not everybody has that capability in them. Not everybody can set aside emotions and feelings
No.
and take what people say as whatever. Opinions are like assholes, and you are one. There's a lot of people that just simply can't do that. They take everything personally, and I'm not going to tell them they're wrong. That's their experience. So it is what it is, right? But at the end of the day, ACG, what he's putting out here, I believe is true. I think he's probably definitely seen it and heard it. I've seen some of that pullback, like you said. 343 has gone much more quiet,
Yeah.
Than they once were. Which again, shout out to them. That's what they decided to do. Good on them. We don't, as customers, deserve to know everything behind the scenes. We don't. We could all say that we want that. We could all say that it's awesome to see behind the curtain. I
Right.
personally believe it is. That's why I don't come with any hate like that ever directed towards anybody. But at the end of the day, that's just entitlement. We don't deserve that. We don't deserve to have the transparency that Xbox gives us. Sony doesn't do it. Sony execs out here aren't like that. Herman Holst tweets every once in a while, but he's not interacting with people like Greenberg, like Phil, like Sarah Bond. He doesn't interact with their community. We love it over here on Xbox side
Right.
because we have that direct connection. It makes it feel more personal with these high ups that we would never have access to. But do we deserve that? No, not at all. That's a choice they made to do. Sony and Nintendo do the complete opposite. They're mostly radio silent, never interact with their community. They still have beloved fan bases, rabid fan bases out here. So that's just an extra bonus for us on the Xbox side.
Right.
But I'm not going to expect it forever. If they decided to pull back tomorrow, if Phil deleted his Twitter account tomorrow, said he's done with social media, I'd be like, damn, well, I'm going to miss you, Phil.
I don't blame you.
But damn, I don't blame you, man. Not going to love you any less. So, that's cool. Go do your thing. But yeah, there is give and take. Again, the companies do have a lot of benefit from being out here, from being open and transparent. You get free marketing constantly from us. Easy stuff that would have costed them millions upon millions of dollars. They now can just do themselves and put it out there and reach millions of people. So there is give and take here. But if the companies have come to the point where their employees' health is being affected, where the employees' work is being affected because they see this stuff constantly, can't get away from it, and they want to pull back, that's on them, man. I support them. Go right ahead and do it. It won't change my opinion of your games, no matter what, whether good or bad. It won't change. If you put out a great product, great. If I didn't hear anything about that game until 3 months before launch at E3 because you guys went radio silent,
right,
and it still came out of the
blue,
is what it is. I'd still be surprised and happy for it and excited for it, no matter what, if it was something else. So, yeah, again, Steel, it is a tough, interesting discussion to have. It's a tough one because there is so much back and forth, so much nuance in
right.
Well,
it's a tough nut to crack for sure. It really is. And just to kind of pull it back a little bit, because I wanted to include this part of the first topic, but just real quick on $70 game, because I want to save this because again, worth is going to be subjective, and I'm not going to nail this down to any particular game. I'm just going to talk about the industry overall. Why are we even talking about games being $60 to $70 when we do not get complete games? Games come out at $60, $70. Like, people defend this, and we get games that aren't fully complete on launch at $60. We weren't getting them at $60. So what makes you think $10 more is going to make it, oh, now the games are going to be fully complete now? They're not going to need a patch day one all of a sudden still? That's part of the reason of, like, that's another part of that conversation of whether 60, 70, whatever the price of the game is, are worth it. Because we've gotten better quality games, but at what sacrifice? A day one patch, a shit ton of bugs day one, except a level of acceptance. Shout out to EA and Battlefield. Day one. Those things haven't changed. And if anything, they have kind of gotten worse. So it's like, what are we truly paying for? That, again, people constantly forget they're not printing out cases anymore. they're not printing out CDs as much anymore. 9 times out of 10, when games release, and this is so funny because I've actually like really noticed it more so recently. Games will come out digital and then release physical a month later. Again, are we in Bizarro world? Oh, I think Pong left accidentally. Let me see if I can get this back out to him. I don't know how he got disconnected. Oh, goodness gracious. Let me see if I can send that back out to him. But yeah, man, like, are we living in a bizarro world? Like, it just that shit just doesn't make sense to me personally. There's so much on top of that conversation. Hey, we got Pong back.
No, what happened? We got storms rolling in, so
okay. Oh, hopefully you don't kick that for too long. I'll keep going if anything happens. But that's just another part of that conversation, right? Where you can't talk about the price of games without including everything. So it's not just about, oh, well, if you don't think it's worth it, don't pay for it. There's more to that conversation. And again, it also leads into if them being less vocal is going to be part of that. It's again, there's so many obtuse angles to come from on this to try to say, yeah, they should be more vocal, or say, oh no, they don't need to be more vocal, or say, hey, yeah, games are worth $60 to $70, but we haven't been getting that quality of game where we haven't had issues. Again, there's so many different. It's like like Shrek said in the movie. It's like an onion. There's many different layers to pull back. Ogres are like onions. It got different
complex.
layers. It's extremely complex. Me and Pong again aren't in that field. We don't have that experience. But my problem with that also with people with these publishing the devs wanting to be less vocal, the ones that are vocal, the ones that are kind of not kind of, but are plugged into the industry are still giving us BS news. Not giving us genuine opinions, not, you know what I'm saying, not having these conversations. So, and I think that's just important too. Is there anything else that you wanted to add on with that, man?
No, not at all, Steel. I think we crushed that one out of the park. Again, it's complex and
yeah, it is.
And people aren't going to understand until it happens. And I think it would be overall good if everybody did it all at one time in the industry, because in some of these gamers who do take the wrong approach to the accessibility that they do have and the entitlement they do have. Some of them, not all of them, because again, humans being humans, again, there's some people who never will understand, but maybe some would see their entitlement and how far it had gone. And once they didn't have accessibility to these companies anymore, and once they had to wait to get any kind of news, they would see how privileged they were originally to have this. But again, I grew up in an era where we had no internet whatsoever, right? I had no blog posts, no nothing, right? Before chat rooms were ever around, right? So I had no access outside of magazines, right? That's the only access I had to gaming news. And so I know the difference, and I understand how privileged we are these days to be able to reach out and even have an opportunity that Phil sees my tweet. The CEO of one of the biggest gaming companies in the world, one of the most powerful men in the gaming industry, that he might even see my tweet is a ridiculous thought in my head still to this day when I had zero access. So I think it would be a good thing, but it's never going to happen. Not all companies are going to do it. The companies that do stick around will have the advantage in a lot of ways over the companies who do pull back. There will be advantages, like I said. So some companies will stick it out. Some companies will, again, do different types of buffering outside of pulling back completely. So we're going to see that dynamic play out as well. Because again, having access to millions of people comes with a lot of benefits. It comes with a lot of consequences, as we've seen, a lot of negativity, a lot of nonsense that comes with it, but it does come with a lot of benefits. So if you can stick it out, you're going to have an advantage there in the end. But again, whether they decide or not will not make Whether a company pulls back or not will not make any difference to me, as far as what I think about that company or whatever the case may be. It won't matter to me. The games are all that matter. So come out with great games. I don't care. And like you said, Steel, there's a lot more conversation to be had about what is actually being put into a game these days, how the games are actually being made, how they're being launched. And I think we've seen, some improvement there, because of things like cyberpunk happening and that kind of stuff. So a lot of times the backlash can help this industry when it's when it's focused on the right type of criticism versus just straight up hate or death threats or whatever the case may be. When the actual criticism happens, we've seen companies make improvement. We just saw Ubisoft delay Avatar because they want this to come out. They even said themselves perfect because they're looking at this as a franchise. That stuff might not have happened just a few years ago before Cyberpunk. Ubisoft might have just pushed that game out the door. And unfortunately, we've seen other companies like EA, Battlefield, not take the example set before them, even with some of their own games like Anthem, and understand and grow and make better decisions.
Right.
They still throw out still throw out not a terrible game because I still enjoyed the game, but
Right.
they throw out a broken game that the majority go, nah, this ain't it. We're not playing this anymore. Right.
Yeah.
So, again, hopefully we'll continue to see companies learn as well, from some of the backlash they do get, some of the good backlash, the constructive criticism that has been pointed at them. So,
yeah, no, 100%. I think from there, another interesting direction that we can kind of take it, because it involves a little bit of smoke there, right? Oh, excuse me, I had a little built up gas there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, real quick, for those who are here, please hit that like button, share us out, and tell your mama about us, or tell your best friend about us, whoever you feel is important. Again, it helps us grow, helps the algorithms figure out that, hey, Living Splitscreen is actually a wonderful place to be every Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. UK time. Hopefully we can see more people in the chat, man. Again, we're on that road to 1,000. You get us to 1,000, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to play Callisto Protocol Day 1. On stream, live, raw, and uncut, so you guys can see me jump out of my chair and possibly kill myself with one of the with something within the world, right? But use that to kind of springboard into the next topic. Platinum Games. Ooh, boy, this is definitely going to be an interesting subject here. Platinum Games, man. They got a few different things going on. Again, we just recently...
Scalebound's coming back, right, Steel?
Let's go, Scalebound. Hey, me and you are probably the only ones that were like, hey, Scalebound actually kind of cool, man. Go ahead and give that back to me. Go ahead and rework
Kids wearing
that,
beats, riding dragons. I'm all for, Steve.
Hey, I'm all for it. Splendiferous. What's going on? But so former Nintendo player Yamani, excuse me if I'm saying that wrong, was appointed to Platinum Games as the new vice president. Exclusive interview with Mr. Inaba and Mr. Kamiya to explore the new evolution and ambitions of Platinum Games. So just to give you a quick few highlights here before I get into the article itself. Platinum Games is working on a new in-house IP. Platinum Games wants to publish game, digital, and physical. Of course, duh. Yeah, anyway.
Stupid.
And Platinum Games working on multiple unannounced games for other publishers that are at different stages of development, small and large. I think also that was part of this discussion while I'm getting the article pulled up here, is that Platinum was also interested in getting back set up with Microsoft. Apparently, this has kind of been something in the background for a while at this point that has kind of ramped back up, that Platinum would love to work with Xbox. And that kind of does open that conversation up again. Should Platinum work with Xbox? Should Xbox give them another chance? Look, I'm of a couple minds, but let's dive into this article.
And they also want to grow to 1,000 people as well.
Yes,
they want to get 1,000 devs.
They want to grow. Now, whether that's worth it or not, I guess we'll see when Bayonetta 3 comes out, because their recent iteration of what's the name of that game, Pong? I had it right there on the tip of my tongue too.
It's not
Forspoken.
I always confuse
I always think
the two.
Forspoken.
No, it's not. It's oh my god. Hold on, I'll find it. You pull up the article, I'll find it.
I got it. Babylon's Fall.
Babylon's Fall, yes, because I always think of Stranger in Paradise, but that's Tecmo.
Yeah,
I always get those two confused, right? So
yeah, and I always come up with Forspoken. I don't know why. Yeah. Probably because of the aesthetic or whatever, but probably could be the way that they have the design for the games and everything. As far as like the titles and everything. whatever.
Yeah.
But Babylon's Fall, that has seemingly been a miss for them. It hasn't garnered the attention to anybody, apparently. We heard a few weeks ago that they were down to like only one person playing the game, which is never good. You never want to hear those types of things. That kind of tells you that your game is failing. And it's supposed to be, Babylon's Fall is supposed to be an online game. So that's not good. I know if, a lot of people also mentioned, hey, for every 3 Platinum games, every 3 games that Platinum Games puts out, only one of them hits. Sure, but let's dive into Platinum Games a little bit. So they got Bayonetta 3 that's just coming out supposedly this year. So I guess one aspect we'll get to see how that's going to end up doing. Bayonetta has a history of playing really well, doing really well, not over the top. I say not over the top. Bayonetta is over the top. They put a whole accessibility function to make sure that you didn't get the nudity, right? So which is,
it's not even nudity though. It's implied nudity.
It's like Sailor Moon back in the day, right? Where they were basically like mad naked and they were just covering up certain sections of their body. Again, whatever.
Somebody yesterday on Twitter, sidetrack, but on the same time, somebody was posting the old Dragon Ball anime from yesterday on Twitter, and some of the stuff that was in that old anime.
Yeah. From early Dragon Ball, Goku patting Bulma on the cat, saying, "Hey, why don't you have
your balls are gone?" And he was talking about the Dragon Balls. Oh my
God. Look, all those innuendos have always been there. Again, America's the only place. Again, this is a different subject. America's the only place where we really over sexualize things. And anyway, whatever. But it's neither here or there. We can kill anybody all day and blow people's heads off, and that's okay. But a little implied nudity, we're up in arms. But anyway, Bayonetta has had a history of good gameplay. Yeah, Bayonetta has had a history of being over the top. Bayonetta was literally the female version of Devil May Cry. Quite literally. In many different ways, especially in combat. So Platinum Games definitely has a chance to prove to the people that they can put out good games. Dealer sending you a Pong shout out, typing it out by letter. Shout out to Dealer again.
Yep, that's his way he does things. Shout out to Dealer. Good to see you, brother. Glad you're feeling better too, man.
Yeah, big shout out. Anybody going through the sickness still. Again, COVID's still a real thing. It's impacted people many different ways. And you decide how impactful or not that is to you. Everybody has their own. But I don't know if I can necessarily agree with the Platinum Games can't necessarily hit, right? Bayonetta is good. We'll see about 3. Astral Chain, from what I've played thus far of the game, was good. Nier Automata, I've watched my wife play the game. I've actually been so far removed at this point that it's probably going to be one of the next ones that I jump back into myself. Vanquish, I thought it was a good game. What else did they have here? We got some World of Demons, Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. That was a fucking magnificent game. Shout out to fucking why would I call him Lightning? His name's not Lightning. I can't think of his name at the moment. Whatever. Legend of Korra, that was actually a decent game. Transformers Devastation wasn't the greatest. But again, depending on where you kind of stand on the fence, I guess you could say, oh, they're not the greatest. It also just depends on your play style, right? Not everybody's into these types of games. But Platinum Games does have a history of being able to combine gameplay.
Were you trying to remember Raiden?
Raiden, that's what it was. Yeah. Okay. I wanted to call him Lightning, but I
was wondering where you're going. I'm like, what is he on right now? Okay.
Yeah, Raiden. But Raiden, yeah. But I guess just depending on your perspective, sure, maybe they're hit and miss. But Platinum Games does know how to mix gameplay with a decent story, right? They know how to make a game, right? Like, sure, they took advantage of
does.
Their A-team does for sure. Yeah. Now we could say, sure, they took advantage of Xbox. They took all this money up front, say they're going to put out Scalebound, and they released multiple other projects instead, right? They completely finessed Xbox. So it does kind of say, hey, well, why would Xbox give them another chance? For me personally, I do think it would give them more credence on the Eastern side of things, if anything. right? You get more of these style of games in Game Pass. You garner the attention of that Eastern market who like these style of games, right? Or like people like me and Pong who love these style of games, right? I would love to get Bayonetta off of the Switch because you're doing that game so much disservice. Bayonetta could be a very beautiful looking game. Again, I've played Bayonetta through emulators and I've had those been able to mod it up and get it looking nice. It has the potential to be like one of those that are kind of like, damn, you do a double take on, like, oh, wow. Like, do you see the graphical fidelity? Do you see the detail? Do you see the over the top effects that I always clamor for over 4K? Do you see how much they've kind of put into it? And they really made it over the top. You have the potential to do those things on other platforms that the Switch kind of limits you, right? I would love to see that come to multiple places. So being able to get Platinum Games in-house with like a Microsoft to where I think this shouldn't be a, hey, Platinum, you do your thing. No, this would be a, no, Platinum, we're going to buy you and you're going to do what we ask you to do. Sure, you can have an idea, but you're going to have to sit in multiple board meetings and show us why this game is important to you. Because apparently those are the only games that you really put your all into and end up being good. Because your B team stuff has really been questionable and it hasn't been doing the greatest for you guys. Your A team stuff though, hey, y'all got it. So how about we just get you all together? We kind of really streamline you, and that will be one of those studios to where Phil or Matt Booty or Sarah Bond or whoever would have to be in that studio once a month, twice a week, whatever the case, making sure things are going in the right direction because they do have that potential. But just to get into the article a little bit, in January 2022, and this is coming to you from Famitsu.com. Shout out to Famitsu. They do have done good work in the past. And this is by Nishikawa Kun, the writer for this. In January 22, Atsushi Inaba assumed the position of president and CEO of Platinum Games. And Platinum Games has become a new organization. In February, the company's first completely new publishing title for consoles, so Cresta, was released in Babylon's Fall. Square Enix, which he worked on as a developer, was released in March. In addition, he is working on Bayonetta 3 Nintendo, which is eagerly awaited for the next report. Information came that Takayo Yamane, who had been in charge of title negotiations with software manufacturers at Nintendo, had been appointed as the vice president of Platinum Games. In this article, we interviewed Platinum Games about the new structure, and we also interviewed Atsushi Inaba, president of the company, Hideki Kamiya, vice president and the creator of Platinum Games, and Takayo Yamane, all of whom spoke to us in a variety of ways. Now, some things in this article are going to sound a little bit weird because they are completely in, correct me if I'm wrong, they are in Japanese, I believe. Again, please correct me if I'm wrong. I hate to get those types of things completely messed up, but it had to get translated into English. So that's why I'm leading. So some of these things may sound really weird. Again, I've already noticed some things are already being repeated and everything. So, and that's always a difficult thing to kind of go. But Platinum Games changing with a new system. Well, the article, the guy who wrote it, says, I was really surprised to hear that Mr. Yamane, who was in charge of title negotiations with software makers during his time in Nintendo, and who had been working hard since the launch of Nintendo Switch, would join Platinum Games. I think there were many people in the game industry who were surprised. First of all, please tell us the background to this. Yamane says the biggest reason is that in my previous job for 27 years, he just turned 50 years old. I thought that this was a milestone in my life, and I thought I want to take on another challenge. Yeah, take on the challenge of resurrecting Platinum Games from the death that they're trying to drive themselves into. Where should I take on this challenge? And can I stay at my current company? Just when I was in a daze, Inaba suggested to me, then let's do it together. The content of the proposal was extremely rewarding. I thought this is the only place to try again, so I joined Platinum Games. So they go on, hey, were you going to quit because you were dissatisfied with something? It's like, this wasn't like that. It's super amicable. My desire to take on challenges is exactly in line with what I want to do at Platinum Games. So essentially, you want to get into Platinum Games, and your challenge is to fix it so that they can actually be a reputable development team again. That's the challenge that you wanted to face here. At least that's what I'm getting it from. They go on to say, did Inaba and Kamiya have known Yamane before? Kamiya goes, didn't have any direct contact with him, but I sometimes heard Inaba talking about Yamane, so I wasn't a complete stranger. So apparently, just to kind of go through some of these things, there have been conversations in the background. They've all been buddy-buddy kind of, and obviously they wanted to work together at some point. Mr. Inaba will be at the top, and Mr. Kamiya and Mr. Yamane will be the vice presidents. But what kind of roles will you be working with from now on? Inaba goes on to say, it became very easy to understand. My position as the head of studios to oversee development will not change even after I become president. As you know, Kamiya is the vice president who oversees the overall quality of Platinum games. Well, Kamiya, you need somebody else that could kind of streamline you, my guy, because Babylon's Fall, I don't think it hits that marker for you, my guy. But and then Yamane is in charge of the business part, and it's a very good balancing act. It's a balancing act that I'm sure you're going to come in and make sure that it's fully balanced at this point, because it's definitely leaned one way. Then go on to say, Platinum Games is seen from Mr. Yamane. After a few months after you joined the company, how is Platinum Games from your point of view? Yamane says, first thing I can say is that Platinum Games was not a black company. Again, translation. There may be some translation things going on here. Don't know what he meant by that. But again, we'll just say that there was a translation thing happening here.
Was not.
I think what he meant to say was Platinum Games wasn't in as bad of a bad, like in the black,
was
not in a bad state.
Was it profitable?
Something to that nature. Because he goes on to say, very next sentence, it was very decent. The atmosphere in the company was good, and everyone was working hard to make games. However, this may be, there is a developer, but the set temperature of the company's air conditioner is set very low, and it's cold.
Come on, man.
Okay.
Come on, man.
You said, the developer asked, because development equipment is lined up and it emits heat? It's like, well, and then they go on, what about Kamiya? What only did the basic as developers? So what do we know and what do we don't know? He was like, is it just cold? He was like, oh, well, everyone is working in thin clothes and it is resistant to the cold and also more than I thought. And Naba and Kamiya are scared of the subordinates' laughs. I've experienced my previous job.
In the studio, this is where the interview went? Really?
But as a creator, while I think that in order to improve quality, it is natural to go so far as to pursue it, there are so many cases where harsh opinions fly so much that I think, do you want to go that far? Again, they're going many different places.
So they hired this guy to specifically come in and turn up the thermostat. That's what this guy was hired to do. Wow. This article has gone left quick. Where are you reading this from?
This is from Mitsu. This is from Mitsu. Mitsu.com.
Okay, so this is a straight translated Famitsu.
Directly translated.
Yeah, so this was Google translated Famitsu. Okay.
Yes. All right. Google translated Famitsu. Again, take everything with a grain of salt. It's not going to come across right. But when you're reading it like this, it's like, what the hell is going on?
So it was cold and it wasn't black.
It wasn't in the black. Okay, gotcha. Inaba goes on and says, I think part of the division of roles as well, Kamiya used to be a director and he only looked at the titles he was involved in. But for Kamiya, I want to see all the titles. That is something that will help me and the company. That's why Kamiya is now in position to freely be involved in all titles as chief game designer. Kamiya is a highly experienced and one of the most experienced veterans in the industry. So the creators will be convinced by the opinions that come out of that. If you listen, the quality will improve and you will have a bright path. It seems that it looks scary to Yamane. So from what I'm gathering from this so far, there's a lot of that Eastern culture that seems to be going on with Platinum Games, although it's kind of like they're poking fun at some things, but also trying to have a little bit of seriousness in there. Again, with Eastern cultures, how they perceive what's funny and how their humor is going to be a little bit differently. So that's something to take in consideration there. And they do like to kind of poke fun at each other when they're not doing well, all right, or not doing as intended. Overall, when I think and then I'm grabbing out of this is Yamane is coming in to help streamline a lot of the issues that they're having that are going on. That they understand that Kamiya he's a bright mind, he knows how to make games, but apparently there is something there to where maybe people aren't listening to him. Maybe people aren't taking what he says at face value, whatever the case. And maybe Yamane is seeing some of these things. So he's saying that, hey, and again, I could be completely getting this wrong. So let me know, hey, tag me and say, hey, Steel, you completely translated this wrong. But overall, that's what I'm getting thus far. Going a little bit, I'm gonna scroll down a little bit more. Under such circumstances, I believe that Mr. Yamane is still in the process of setting up a department related to business. But what do you think your motivation is like? Yamane said, it's still a department itself, but there are overwhelmingly not enough members to publish titles such as Project GG in-house, including global expansion. It is absolutely impossible for current members alone, but we are creating organizations that can move concretely from scratch. This is no longer very rewarding. It's a job on a scale of wondering, are you serious about that? And they go on with bitter laughter. So apparently from what I'm getting out of this, Platinum Games is at a standpoint right now where they need to do a lot of internal buildup, right? Where things haven't been of, the old adage goes, one band, one sound. That hasn't been going on. And apparently we can see that going from the different teams of one quality from the first party team or the main team, and then another quality from the second team, where you get Babylon's Fall, and this game is a failure. I can guarantee you they're looking at that game internally at Platinum and saying, what the fuck is going on? Because this is not working. You spent how much in the game and how many people are playing it? And it's an online game? Oh no, yeah, like, yo, we got a lot of things we need to work on here. So I feel like there's a lot of different things that are going on. With Yamane stepping up into this position, again, having that background with Nintendo, I do think that there is a potential for Platinum Games to have a massive 180 turnaround. To hear the conversations of Platinum Games being a conversation with Xbox again, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. We are in a different time. We are in a different era. Xbox is looking at things a little bit differently, and I highly doubt that Xbox or Phil or Satya are going to allow themselves to get burnt on a money aspect at this point going forward. So, I do think, again, I selfishly want Scalebound. Whether people want it or not, I think there should, hey, Microsoft, let's make it up to you. We'll finally put out Scalebound. But no, I do think that the dev talent is worth it, maybe not at the dollar amount that they may have wanted previously, but there is something there that they can at least come together. Microsoft can help them fund whatever game, whatever. Again, we do see that Microsoft and the team at Xbox have been kind of sifting through some things, saying, hey, and looking at different titles and saying, all right, well, we like that idea, right? Let's go for it. We'll jump on it. We'll help you publish it, whatever the case may be, to help them get that game out. So I personally think it would be a good idea. I don't think it's doom and gloom like others have looked at it. Oh, don't ever give them a chance. Oh, fuck Platinum Games. They shouldn't be. Platinum Games, they've got a good history there. I think there's a lot of potential. Pong, what do you think about that? Well, what do you think about this whole Platinum Games snafu? Should they be given another chance? With what I've brought out of this article, yeah, the translations are kind of difficult and everything. But what have you pulled out on what I've explained thus far? And does it tell you anything? Does it give you new news? Does it make you more doom and gloom for Platinum, especially after Babylon's Fall? How are you feeling about that area?
No. Platinum Games to me is the ultimate home run hitter, power hitter in baseball, right?
Okay.
That's the best description. And for anybody who doesn't know baseball, I'm sorry, but again, a power hitter, a home run hitter in baseball is either going to get you a bomb, meaning a home run, or they're going to strike out. Right. And I think Platinum Games, as far as it is like the definition of that when it comes to games development. And Steel proved that by naming off all the absolutely ridiculously good games, great
First games that
games.
come up too, like, so
Right, right, and we're not just talking about, like, "Hey, this game is beloved by a
critically
community."
acclaimed, like,
We're talking about critically acclaimed. We're
yeah,
talking about from hands down, from the gamers to the journalists, love their hits, okay? Love them. But then the other side, some of the
ooh,
greatest strikeouts in history when it comes to games, like some of the worst like Babylon's Fall, the most recent example of this.
right,
So I think for me, Platinum Games, and then you've got an eccentric dude like Kamiya, somebody who it can be very callous. He is known for blocking people on Twitter. Okay,
yeah, yeah,
there's a famous story. I believe it's Jez. Jez had an interview with him years and years ago, like when Jez was first starting Windows Central. I
I
think
think,
he had an interview with Kamiya and was super excited about it. Had a great time with the dude, like had a great time, thought it was a great interview, posted the interview, went on Twitter, found out that he had blocked him. Kamiya had blocked Jez, like for no reason. Like that's what this dude does. He's had some very insensitive comments about don't
yes,
speak to me in English.
yeah, okay,
Speak to me, if you're not gonna speak to me in Japanese, I don't want to talk to you. Right. So he's done things like this. So you've got this dude who has, tarnished an image of your company in some ways, has also obviously created your image for your company when it comes to the greatest games because he and the A team developed some of the best games out there,
yeah,
especially in the action genre, some of the greatest games of all time, some of the most beloved games of all time in the action genre. So you've got this weird dynamic with Kamiya. And then again, now you've got this company who seemingly goes into business with different developers, different publishers, and either produces a hit or produces a absolute bomb, terrible game that does not sell well like Babylon's Fall. So I think they brought in Yamane from Nintendo to create some stability. I think they brought him in to re do the image that Platinum Games currently has within the industry because Platinum Games seemingly has some very, very large dreams. They want to grow to over 1,000 developers, which means they want to be working on all these games. They've been reliant on third party publishers
Warlord,
to finance their games. And I think that they want to move to a more stable, um, very self-sufficient model where they're publishing their own games. I think that's what they truly want to start doing is to be in control of their own destiny so they don't have to sign a deal with the Nintendo to get Bayonetta 3 made. If they want to make Bayonetta 4, they just want to do it on their own and be able to publish it everywhere, right? That's what they are, I think, eventually hoping to do here. So I think this was a great move from them internally. And also to give these publishers some confidence in the company as a whole that, hey, if we're going to do business with you, we know we're going to get your best every time. Not that every time has to be the greatest hit of all time.
right,
That's not how game development is. It's a still risky business, but that it's not like a 50-50 chance. Like we're not, we're
yeah,
rolling the dice here 50-50. We're either going to get something really good or we're going to get something really bad. That's not a good way. You want to be at the 75, 85, 90% mark, not 50-50 shot, right? So, and I think that's what they're doing here. And I think it's an amazing move for them. Again, I'm a Platinum fan. Has every game, been the greatest game for me? No, not necessarily, but Bayonetta, Nier Automata, two of my favorites of all time in that action genre. Like
right,
I absolutely love those two games, and I wish those games would be out there. They've had to sign, exclusivity deals.
right.
In some instances, Xbox finally did get Nier Automata,
Yeah,
which was fantastic, and got the
and it was in
second
Game
one as
Pass.
well. Yeah, it was in Game Pass. So that was great. But Bayonetta not being on every system, not taking
It's
advantage of the
that's so
PlayStation 5
unfortunate.
and the Xbox Series
That's
consoles
so
is,
unfortunate.
oh man,
That's a crime against humanity,
it
bro. Like
it is
that game
because
is just,
it is the remaster. Go back and play the remaster of the first one right now on your series console.
good
It's
fucking game.
absolutely gorgeous. And that game is old. Like if they could do Bayonetta 3 on all systems and take advantage of each system, my
Ooh,
God, Bayonetta would look ridiculously gorgeous. I just can't imagine what they could do with it. Um, so I'm happy for Platinum here. I think this was a smart move on their part. Hopefully, Kamiya has as again, it's funny, human beings being what they are. Again, as you get older, you assume you're going to learn your lessons. And hopefully Kamiya has learned some lessons and has been humbled a little bit here. And I think that from what he was doing, going out publicly on Twitter and asking Phil for a second chance, right? And basically asking Phil to let him work on Scalebound again publicly. That's not something the old Kamiya would do.
No.
That's a humbled individual who knows that they made mistakes and they screwed up badly, and they want to try to repair those bridges. And I think bringing Yamane in is going to help that because obviously he's well respected in industry. He held multiple positions within Nintendo
Yeah.
for decades, including the vice president of part of Europe, I think, for Nintendo at one point. So he's obviously well respected in the industry. He's one of those quiet Nintendo execs that you never hear about, right? That you never know is out there, but he's probably developed a lot of relationships throughout the industry as one of those good guys.
And it's crazy because at this part, he's 50. In this point of your career, you want to move away from Nintendo and jump into platinum?
Yeah,
like that's a big move. It's not to be looked over.
If we're gonna delve into a little speculation, Tal, my first thought was Nintendo's putting him in there. Like Nintendo, like may want him to clean up platinum and then make one of the rare acquisitions of platinum games. One of the rare acquisitions for Nintendo of platinum games because they do have a close relationship and they understand platinum better than most companies do.
I would hate that.
Yeah, I would hate it too, obviously, for all the reasons.
Nintendo that would be bomb for Nintendo, but damn, that
was my first thought when this happened in speculation town because my brain always goes there. But no matter what, even if that's not the case, if Platinum wants to remain independent, there was talk, they came out publicly and said we wouldn't mind an acquisition, of course, for the right price. Who wouldn't? It's a seller's market right now. Big money for developers. Maybe this is the ultimate play. Maybe they do eventually want to be acquired. But like I said, with them coming out and saying they want to do they want to get up to 1,000 devs, they've got big plans for these different types of games. Some of them aren't going to appeal to people. They're talking about games as a service type games, all that kind of stuff, which isn't for everybody. But if they were trying to stay independent, they want to get themselves into a stable position. This is the perfect way to do it. This is the right guy, I think, without knowing anything about him other than him holding multiple positions within Nintendo for decades.
Right.
And him, like you said, Steel, at this point in his career, taking a leap of faith and taking on a challenge by becoming the VP of Platinum Games. Look, maybe he's got some fire in him and he really wants to do something here. That's what I'm saying. Maybe this is the right guy for the job. So again, from the outside looking in, completely outside looking in, I think this is a great move. And I think that Platinum Games could get to that point where they control their own destiny for a change instead of being this developer out here who has got a reputation that is mixed and you're begging people to work with them so that you can make your next game. Like if they can get to a spot where they are consistent, where they pump out great hits more often than they do misses, and all of a sudden they now have the steering wheel and they can drive their own path, great. I'm all for that. Good run, Platinum. I can't wait to see it because again, if that means Bayonetta 4 can go multi-plat because they are now in control and they're going to publish it, awesome. All for that every day of the week. So I like this. And as far as Microsoft and Xbox working with them, I've been on record because this conversation came up when Scalebound came back into the conversation, last year or early this year, whatever it was.
Right.
I'm on record as absolutely, I would give these guys a second chance. In fact, I would give them Scalebound back again. I would, because
that's how you rectify it.
Scalebound, people don't understand that Kamiya, that wasn't a side project for him. This is one of his dream games. This was one of his babies. We talk about this with Kojima all the time, right? This was one of Kamiya's babies. And you can say, yes, they screwed up. There was more to that story than has ever been told. And I understand Xbox fans who have been absolutely turned off by Platinum Games and say, we never want Xbox to work with them again. I'm not going to downplay your feelings. I can understand how you feel that way as an Xbox fan who went through that. as somebody who takes a bigger view of things and from a business standpoint, what I will say is if you were to jump back into bed with Platinum Games right now, and let's say you went to Kamiya as Phil and said, okay, we're going to give you the assets for Scalebound back. We want you to finish off Scalebound right. Go back to the drawing board. You guys have more experience with Unreal Engine now. That was a big problem back in the day. We're going to give you a short leash. This isn't going to be a free reign. You are going to have to prove that you are putting in the work, but I'm going to give you Scalebound back. Get to it. This is going to be an Xbox exclusive.
Right.
I absolutely 100% would do it. Why? Because I believe in the comeback kid story. I believe in the second chance. I believe in that story arc, right? I believe that that is one of the greatest things that can happen. And Kamiya, for how much he has begged for this publicly, I think you would get the absolute best out of their A team. I think they would absolutely jump at that chance and they would want to prove, not only to Microsoft and Xbox, but to all the fans, to the entire industry, that that was not a mistake. That yes, mistakes were made back then, but in the end, they want to prove that that was the vision that they had for that game was everything they said it was going to be. And I think you would get that A team's absolute most incredible work out of them. And I think you could have something special at the end of the day. Now, could it go the other way again? Absolutely. Could it turn out to not be worth it? Absolutely. Again, games industry is a high risk business no matter what or who you're dealing with. But I think it would be worth the second chance to give Kamiya and his A team Scalebound back and let them go to work and see what they could do with it nowadays. I absolutely would do it. That's you know I don't see any downside to it. Again, if you keep them on a short leash,
Yeah,
things start
that's
going
amazing.
sideways right away, you cut it and you say, nope, done. You
Yeah,
don't
I'm not dealing
announce
with that.
you don't announce this, you don't announce it, you
Yeah,
don't say anything, you keep it quiet. You tell Kamiya, look, we're not going to talk about this until we are well into development and things are going good. We're going to start out very quietly, but I think you do it, and I think it would be a great story at the end of the day. So,
yeah.
but that's just me. And even if it's not scale bound, I think you give them a
Oh,
second chance
yeah.
because they come back to prove to you that they deserve it. Because in the back of Kamiya's mind, even if you tell him no upfront to scale bound, you say we're not doing scale bound. We'll do a different project with you. Let us see what you got. In the back of Kamiya's mind, he's going to say, if I can prove to Microsoft and Xbox that I am now, that the past is the past. This is different now. I'm going to make the greatest game that Xbox has ever seen that me and my team can do. That in the back of his mind, there's always going to be the chance that Microsoft, if you do that for them, goes, guess what? We're going to revitalize Scalebound, or we're going to give you
Whatever
back
your
the
IP.
Scalebound assets and the IP so that you can go ahead and make that game. We don't necessarily want it on Xbox as an exclusive, but you can go make that game now if you want to, because that's one of your babies. They've done it before, right? They gave Alan Wake back to Remedy, right? They gave Alan Wake, they own the IP. They gave it back to Remedy. So why not? Kamiya might have it in the back of the head that they eventually give them back Scalebound.
There's a couple different ways they could go about that too, because I'm gonna address Forsaken in the chat too. But one way would, what if they did a Metal Gear Rising Revengeance 2? That would be one way to garner so much favor back. Do it for next gen. Oh my god, that game would be, and it would bring that hype from Metal Gear, because we already know that those are being worked on. They're going to be remade. They're going to be released on PC. They're probably going to put out a trilogy. That's going to end up happening. We know that that's coming. That has to be something that PlayStation has to be working on. Somebody's working on it for sure. I at least in my opinion. The other thing too is, the other way you can garner some favors, what if, depending on what kind of deal they have with Nintendo right now, but what if you were able to release Bayonetta trilogy completely revamped for next generation consoles? Specifically, you're not doing it for the Xbox One and none of that, but it's specifically for next gen consoles. Hey, trilogy, Bayonetta, it's finally available. Go play it. And they do it 6 months out from when they release Bayonetta 3 on the Switch. That'd be another way to win back some favor. Oh, damn, look at these. Damn, these games really do look. Wow, Platinum games really have. And now you get to introduce people to what the true potential of what Platinum is. And then again, Forsaken says true, but how much did it affect Microsoft business? And there's no room for grudges in business. But if someone already screws your business up, why work with them again? Now, there's two folds to that. That's Microsoft's fault also. They didn't have to depend on them for anything. Sure, they garnered, they said, hey, well, here's some money, get it done. But you could also say that's Microsoft's fault for not making sure that that game was getting worked on. That kind of leads to what we talk about today with like Halo and 343 and other studios that we've seen that haven't been able to put out that quality content, right? Where management could have been an issue. So that's a two-sided thing. Splendiferous says, are you trying to tell us something, Steel? Maybe. But business is it's a two-sided. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to come, it's half and half. If I'm going to give you this money, sure, I expect something to get done, but there's also something to be said of, if I'm not making sure it got done, then who's really to blame? If I gave you this money and you put out other projects, why didn't I come to you after the first project and say, hey, you guys still working on Scalebound? Because you've released this game, and how did you get money for that game? Thought you needed money to work on this game. Why weren't those questions being asked then? So there's more. We don't know what happened behind the scenes. Again, but he's blatantly come out and apologized. And I mean, again, like Pong mentioned, he is kind of begged to be like, yo, I mean, we would love to do this again. We would love to get in there and bring that back to life. Well, let's work on Scalebound. Give us another shot.
I just believe in second chances, right?
Yeah,
the redemption arc is something that's real. Not everybody, and again, it could go sideways. You just give them a short leash, and I totally understand. Like
that's it. Sure.
You know, Forsaken, I totally get it, right? I totally understand. And again, I said I never would downplay Xbox fans who totally burnt out on Platinum games. I understand that line of thinking. Just in business, sometimes a second chance is worth it at the end of the day. And we've seen this time and time again. And so for me, I would just give them a second. I really good. Again, they have proven themselves. Yes, they've made awful games. They have proven themselves to be some of the best action style game makers out there as well. This is not a company that's had like one hit wonder and then had nothing but bad. Like they've had hit after hit.
Yeah.
They've also had bombs, but they've had hit after hit. So I just think it's worth it from a business standpoint. Microsoft's in a totally different position now than they were. They're a totally different company now than they were when they went into business with them first time. And I think Platinum Games is becoming a different company than they were back then as well. I think this hire shows that.
I have to.
And I think that now I would give them the second chance to try it again with a short leash. Again, this wasn't be a free reign. Hey, get back to us when you guys are ready to show us something. No. You were going to have to prove on time that you're not going to miss marks this time like they did before, that you are going to be hitting those goals that we have planned out before you. And if you miss any one of those, this deal is off, like instantaneously. Like it would be a short leash, but I would do it.
Yeah, 100%. I think this would be a perfect way, before we get into the whole Ubisoft thing, because Ubisoft is going to continuously kind of be this up and on conversation, because again, like I mentioned in the beginning of the show, Avatar did seemingly get delayed. And also they canceled development of some other games they had inside, but we'll get into that in a second. I think there's something that I could throw in here that could be some quick conversation. I don't think that's anything too long to get into, and that's going to be connecting your worlds with Discord voice chat coming to Xbox console. Starting off with the Xbox. Discord coming to Xbox is I think it's right on par with everything that they got currently going on. The inclusivity, accessibility, giving people access no matter what. Yes, it can be something that is for people who use that ecosystem, the Xbox ecosystem, it can be something that's kind of like, why would I do that when I have this, right? You got game bar, you got the party system. The party system on the Xbox ecosystem is the best party system and chat system in the gaming universe outside of Discord. So it was only right that they implemented that. Again, for me, it's more so of an, because it is still something that you have to kind of connect through. You still have to use your phone to connect through. It's something that's just an additional piece of accessibility. Hey, you got a buddy that may not like may not like the game bar, maybe doesn't like the party chat or whatever the case may be. He's on PC or whatever other ecosystem, and you're playing a cross party game or whatever the case. Cross-platform. I don't know why I couldn't come up with that. Cross-platform game, and you're like, hey man, let's just jump into Discord. We already got each other added. Just jump into Discord. Boom, let's play. To me, that's the biggest part of this. It is available to insiders right now, currently. Typically, here recently, when things come out to the insider program, they usually come to the people within a couple weeks shortly after. So we can, for the majority of people, can expect to get this update soon. I don't think it's something we need to talk hours and hours about, but I do think it does add on to, at least to our credibility, of where we're always constantly speaking on the age of accessibility, the golden age of gaming, giving people more features that are actually built on top of their existing ecosystem, which is exactly what this is doing. So something else, another feature. Pong, how do you feel about Discord coming to Xbox finally? And the other thing, I mean, if you want to throw a little smoke in there, it's seemingly coming to Xbox before it's coming to PlayStation. What's going on, man?
First of all, Fahim, listen, yeah, Kojima did have Kojima didn't have a short leash with Sony, but Sony was watching Kojima. But look, Death Stranding still has a big fan base. Okay. Yes, a lot of people don't like it. Yes, it wasn't for everybody, but it does have a big fan base, and it was still a high quality game with very little bugs. Still one of the most beautiful games. I have not played it yet. I'm not going to speak on the gameplay directly. Obviously, I've heard everybody talk about it, but I've watched so many videos, and it's a gorgeous game. So yes, there is always that chance that you're going to have a game that isn't, for everybody come out of a studio, especially with somebody like Kojima, where I think Platinum Games makes much more viable type games that can attract more people than maybe a Kojima game can. Kojima gets a lot of it because of his name, because of Metal Gear, because of all that. But Death Stranding was still a good game. Again, not me personally from what I played, because I haven't played it. But what I'm saying is overall, it's still loved by a lot of people. But for him, yes, there's always that risk. Again, game development, no matter who you are dealing with, is a high risk adventure. So, but anyways, as far as Discord goes, Steel, great move. This is something that people have been clamoring for a long time, and I think it's now been confirmed by somebody high level. And I think Jez talked about this yesterday on the Xbox too, within Microsoft, that this deal has been in the works for like an extreme, like since 2017.
Yeah, wow.
Like they've been talking about this. And then obviously we went through the whole, potential acquisition of Discord by Microsoft, which turned out to be nothing but Discord trying to increase their value at the end of the day. And so then when that deal fell through, and then very shortly after, Sony announced their partnership with Discord, an investment in Discord, everybody was like, oh, look at this, Sony jumping on. Oh, I guess Sony's, PlayStation's going to have Discord before Xbox does. And what do we wind up with here? We wind up with, out of the blue, we get an announcement that they've done this deal, that Discord is now available on Xbox. It is a convoluted process.
Yeah.
It is an ugly listening to, like, I knew it was because I had looked at Jez's article and stuff, and obviously I knew it was convoluted. But listening to Rand explaining on the Xbox 2 yesterday, I was like, what QR codes? What is going on? Like, I totally cannot believe that they've made it this convoluted, but hopefully they will get it streamlined, because to ask everybody to do this process to get up on running on Discord is not going to work. And you're not going to see a lot of people using it if it does not wind up getting streamlined somewhat. Again, there will be a group of people who absolutely use it. There will be a group of Discord users who absolutely love this feature. I could see the benefits for it, especially as crossplay expands and becomes more and more the norm. And all of a sudden, you've got people from all different platforms playing a game, let's say Battlefield, for instance. And all of a sudden, you've got a group of people, and you've got a group of, so you get 50 people together that want to play, and you got people on PC, you got people on PlayStation, you got people on Xbox. Well, this is going to make it easy to get them all together once this also shows up on PlayStation. Or let's say right now between Xbox and PC, it will make things easier at the end of the day to go through Discord if you've got a large group. You remember back in the early days when we were, Xbox Ultimate and Mav used to have game nights where you and I met,
Yep.
right, on Halo, and we had nights where we were full. Remember that? We had nights where we had people waiting for somebody else to jump out to be able to jump into the conversation, right? So for those nights, this would have been awesome, man. Or those nights when we were trying to play Battlefield and we were trying, remember how the system didn't like the fact that we kept getting kicked off of Battlefield chat as we were trying to team up. Well, this would solve a lot of those issues as well, because you can have up to 100 people, I believe, in Discord chat. So there's a lot of benefit here. I just hope they streamline the process. But it is interesting, Steel, that PlayStation announced that partnership, and yet here we are now with Xbox being the first one to actually integrate it into their system. You wonder if Microsoft, with this convoluted process to get it to work, you wonder, and they've got a great chat system and they've got great infrastructure already. You wonder if maybe PlayStation is having bigger issues with Discord trying to get it integrated because they don't have that infrastructure per se.
Yeah, that
They
party
don't have
system
that.
isn't the greatest.
Yeah, they don't have that investment that Microsoft does in the back end stuff. So maybe that's what's causing the delay in it. But whatever, it's another feature. Again, it's a quality of life feature that can be offered that some people are definitely going to take advantage of.
Right.
If they can get the process down to a much simpler process, more people will wind up using this at the end of the day, because a lot of people like using this. And it's a great way to get communities. Like I said, we don't have a Discord community for Living Splitscreen yet, but a lot of podcasts do. And if all of a sudden you have game night, you want to get the community involved, much simpler to get everybody on board with Discord, right? And to have everybody plugged in. So this is a great announcement. It's something that people have been clamoring for a long time. And obviously, like I said, we've heard now from Jez that this has been being worked on for years and years, that this is a deal that's been in the works. And more benefit to us. I mean, again, it's just another added quality of life feature for the Xbox side of things, which is great. I think down the road, it could even become potentially more so. Like I said, once crossplay becomes the norm between all the systems, and it seems like more and more we are headed that way. And once that becomes the kind of the staple when it comes to multiplayer co-op games, got people playing everywhere. This is going to be a big giant benefit as long as everybody else can get it. I'm happy for it, man. I'm happy.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Again, I mean, it further proves the things that we talk about here. And that's why when I see things like this, I just continue to get excited for what the potential of the future is going to hold. Because we're just going to be more interconnected, right? I'm currently going through some IT training and everything. And as far as like trying to get my certificate to try to start to get back into school and everything. And that's kind of made me look back and realize, like, the different things the different hardware companies have done, especially in gaming, to really make sure that people felt more included. That we, not only that, but especially with like social media and stuff like that, that also, just to see how far the internet has taken our communication style. So it's not only in gaming, or whatever the case, it's everything, calls, emails, texts, whatever the case may be. Everything is revolutionized. Everything is continued to evolve. And it only makes sense that the more gaming becomes popular, the more gaming becomes as a known thing, and the more gaming becomes acceptable, more ways you can get people involved in the ecosystem, the better. So it's always a beautiful thing to see. But I do think that that's definitely a perfect way to talk about exclusivity or inclusivity and everything. Let's get into this Ubisoft thing, man. Like Ubisoft seemingly not knowing what they want to do. I'm not gonna say not knowing what to do, but we know that they're trying to create like a Fortnite. They're trying to create their next stand-in, their next big IP, their next big thing that's gonna help them carry on into the future. Few things have come about. I think the first thing that I've seen over the last couple of weeks is finally getting the information that the Division game that they're working on, a multiplayer game, was actually a mobile game. That was kind of depressing to see because
they still are working on Heartland too, which is
okay,
the next console PC. The Heartland hasn't been canceled. Heartland is still in production. We should be hearing about that more this year, but they also were developing this mobile.
I think with Heartland also, from what I heard of that, Heartland is supposed to be more based out of the Division 1 than the Division 2.
Yeah.
Which is, again, that's something else that's extremely strange, but whatever. Again, Division 1 for a lot of people was the better game overall. But it had the better PvP and had better Dark Zone and everything else. But I guess we'll end up seeing how that's going to end up going. But Ubisoft, man. Let me see. Let me get into a few things here. We'll start off with Avatar. In that game being delayed again, we've had conversation. There's been conversations kind of going around because Avatar was just recently shown at their Ubisoft conference here recently, and it looked like a very beautiful game. Now, as soon as I saw that it was in first person, I wasn't necessarily like, oh, let me jump on Avatar. I also haven't been like, I'm not one of those that have been, when Avatar first came out, I was able to realize that it was a good movie, that it was visually appealing, but it never hit for me like it did for a lot of other people, right? I'm just not that enticed by the blue people. It's just, I've seen Smurfs. Smurfs is cool. This to be their own version of Smurfs, per se.
Smurfs aren't sexy like this.
No, the Smurfs aren't that sexy. They're not sexy like Avatar is, but to be real. But Avatar does do a lot of things, and there is a lot of story content there that they can take in multiple different directions, especially after taking so long to release the second movie that we now know that from this point forward, every other year, we're going to get new Avatar movies. So there is a lot that they don't have to release this game day and date with the movie or around that same time. Again, if they're going to ride, I'm not going to say they're going to ride the coattails because they're not. It's been too long. You can't ride the coattails of it now. If you try, you're like literally trying to ride by the threads because it's been that far removed. But if this movie seemingly hits that same critical acclaim that it got before, it's not going to matter when you release that game, especially if you're guaranteeing that you're going to have a movie that's going to come out every other year from this point forward. You're already moving things in the right direction. Now you just need to make sure that you get the gameplay right, which apparently, shout out to Jeff Grubb, who is one of the more known gaming news journalists throughout the industry. Follow Jeff Grubb on Twitter if you don't. Jeff Grubb has heard that the game looks pretty, but the gameplay is in rough shape. And he heard that about a month ago. That is very, very scary to hear, because one aspect that I was hearing is that it was going to fall kind of in line with that Far Cry kind of, what's a good word to put for that Far Cry DNA, right? Go to something, capture it, move on, move forward, and then boom, that's pretty much your game. I don't have the experience with Far Cry to be like, oh, yeah, it's going to be Far Cry style. So I'm not going to necessarily say it's like that. But there is something to say that there are a ton of people who do feel as though that Far Cry serum has seemingly run dry. It doesn't hit the same that it used to. Far Cry 6 isn't getting the same attention that the other previous Far Cries have gotten, even with Giancarlo Esposito. And again, he's not to be slept on. He's one of the best actors of our time currently. He's just been doing his thing. And for him not to be able to carry this game to the heights that it needs to be at, or for people not to get over it like, oh man, it's just more Far Cry. I think does leave things to be much desired. To tell me that the game is pretty, but the gameplay is in rough shape. Again, we kind of have this conversation about scoping issues. There could have been a lot of scoping issues here. And again, with Avatar, because there's so many different things that you can take. Do you have an underwater scene? Do you have the flying mechanics? Do you have the vast expanse of worlds? Do you have a story that kind of changes depending on what choices do you make? Or is the story going to be more streamlined? I think the story is going to be more streamlined. It's going to be based off these movies that they're getting ready to release. So there's not going to be a lot of choice there. So how do you put together something that has been over 10 years removed and make sure that it is interesting for the people while trying to move away from that Far Cry sameness that people don't seemingly don't want anymore. There's a lot of scary things happening. And again, I only say it's scary because Ubisoft has, again, this is a thing with any publisher, any developer, but Ubisoft has also gone in and this is coming from Steven Totillo, from Steven Totillo on Twitter. He's a co-author at Axios Gaming, but Ubisoft has canceled development of Splinter Cell VR, which is, damn, that's a missed opportunity, and Ghost Recon Frontline, and 2 other announced games.
Thank God, Ghost Recon Frontline. Oh boy,
I hadn't seen anything about Ghost Recon Frontline.
Oh, you hadn't?
No,
that was the one. If you remember, they showed it off, and they were gonna have a beta.
Oh,
and they got so much pushback and flack that they called off the beta like the same day they showed it off. And said, "Yeah, by the way, that's not gonna happen." That's the one.
Okay, yeah, so I do remember. Yeah, well, definitely good on that, because Ghost Recon, you need to, at this point, just go remake Graw. Please. My God, can you just go remake Graw? That's all we need right now. Give us a Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter, completely remade from the ground up, and I'm telling you, you will win back so much favor. Give us the multiplayer with it, everything, and I'm telling you, you will win back so much favor, and us Ghost Recon fans and us Tom Clancy fans will be right back on board with you, right? But I wanted to pull this article. This is coming from CRWE World, crewworld.com, depending on how you want to come up with that. What is this article written by here? It says news provided by Globe Newswire. It doesn't say exactly who wrote the article, but they go in to say, the article goes in to say a little bit about this. Their better than expected Q1 performance from Assassin's Creed, from the Assassin's Creed brand in total, and Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege, which of course Valhalla has been moving some numbers for you, and Siege is, I mean, it's getting long in the tooth, but it's been doing its thing. There was gameplay reveals for Mario Rabbids and Skull and Bones, which are be released in October and November respectively, which both seem be solid. Skull and Bones not my thing. Mario Rabbids not my thing either, but it didn't look bad. They revealed Tom Clancy's The Division Resurgence for mobile. Okay, we'll see. Yeah, how about you get The Division on consoles right first? Personally. This is also where they highlighted Avatar Frontiers of Pandora will be released in 2023. This actually says will now release in 2023-24. So they're giving themselves some spectrum to even be a 2-year delay, which is, again,
it's fiscal year.
So yeah, they got to base it like that.
So that starts March, or no, that starts, I don't want to get this wrong. I think it's April of 2023 through March of 2020. That's the period of time that they're.
Oh, I mean, yeah. And if Forsaken Ghost, I think Raw would be one of those ones to where people wouldn't complain about the remake because of what we've gotten out of Ghost Recon up to this point. I'm pretty sure that people would be like, "Oh wow, finally Ubisoft did something right." I think that especially after Breakpoint, and then also the other one, I hadn't got a chance to play. I think they'd finally be. People would be like, yeah, I think they're moving in the right.
Wildlands was good.
Wildlands.
Breakpoint was bad. I will say, since they fixed Breakpoint, it's much better. I was having some good time, but it's still not classic Tom Clancy by any stretch of the imagination. They've bastardized all Clancy games right now. So hopefully Splinter Cell, the remake, the reboot that they're doing, if they do that in the classic style, they can see, and it sells well, and all of us that have talked about it nonstop go buy it, that they will see that they can go back to the classic Clancy style games that made them beloved and start redoing all these old. Hopefully.
Yeah. Nah, yeah, and he was just saying he's more so talking about the crybabe. People are gonna cry. I mean, that's
people are gonna cry no matter what. Yeah, nowadays, Shizno, sorry, Forspoken. Sorry, I still see
Forsaken
every time I see your Forsaken. Sorry, every time I see it. But no, you're right. No matter what, man, you know that now. It doesn't matter what game, what community. There's gonna be bitching and whining, no matter what. So it is what it is.
Yeah, 100%.
Not everybody's gonna be happy.
It don't matter what we're talking about. But and this is all this information is based off of Ubisoft sales figures for the first quarter of 2022-2023. And that ended in June 30th. Frederick Duguid, chief financial officer, said, "We delivered slightly better than expected performance in the quarter, with notably outperformances from Rainbow Six Siege and the Assassin's Creed brand. Past months have been very active with gameplay reveals of Mario Rabbids and Skull of Bones. Players' feedback for the reveal of the Division Resurgence and the ongoing tests of Rainbow Six Mobile, the Division Heartland, and X-Defiant have been supportive." I've heard opposite, but okay. Yves Guillermo, co-founder and chief executive officer.
Yves.
Okay, sorry.
Yves Guillermo.
Sorry. Co-founder and chief executive officer said, "As our teams are intensely focused on delivering memorable experience to our players." Memorable, huh? Cross platforms, huh? Okay. Business models and geographies, we continue to work on the richest pipeline in the company's history. Which pipeline is that, Ubi? Can you tell me? Okay. We have unprecedented opportunity to leverage the strength of our IPs to a significantly wider audience. The strength of your IPs. Last I checked, your IPs were having some problems. Ubi?
Yeah.
Outside of Assassin's Creed, Valhalla, your IPs other than Valhalla and Rainbow Six Siege.
Division had a little resurgence, but they squandered it.
The Division, you had so many people flock back to the Division and you didn't do anything with it. Well, because you're working on other things. Well, whatever. It is what it is. We have unprecedented opportunity to leverage the strength of our IPs to a significantly wider audience. The new high-value mobile partnership for one of our brands reflects the powerful appeal of our brands for the fast-growing AAA mobile segment. I mean, I've been in multiple communities here. I'm not always the most vocal in all of them, but the high-valued mobile partnership, people just want to play your games on console and on PC. They're trying to get that right. I don't know if they're looking for it on mobile yet. I don't know. You got some things to prove to me, at least. It also provides our teams with more time. This is coming from the chief executive officer from Ubi. It provides our teams with more time to fully realize their creative vision and deliver high-quality experiences for our fans, while at the same time increasing our visibility for both 2023 and 2024. Guillermo concluded, as we concentrate on unlocking the value of these initiatives, we are simultaneously adapting our organization to current economic uncertainty. To what? Cost optimization. I don't know why they got some of these words that are like run together, but shout out to the article and these people doing half-ass articles. We are also working hard to design the most efficient working conditions to ensure both flexibility for our teams as well as strong productivity and high-quality content. We are confident that we are entering a multi-year cycle of significant top line and operating income growth. Where's this confidence coming from? And then they talk about their pipeline of games. Mario, Skull and Bones, Division Resurgence, Heartland, Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, Ubisoft Forward, that's going to be returning this year. Now, some more of their games. They talk about their Play Green initiatives, environmental commitments, approval of all resolutions at their general meeting. So you tell me you haven't got your sexual misconduct under your arms yet? Your bashing of employees, you haven't got that in there yet? Man. What I gathered from this article, and I'm going to pass it off to you, Pong. From what I've gathered from this article, Ubisoft still seems to be lost in the sauce. They don't know what direction that they necessarily want to take just yet. And they're trying to find out where they necessarily sit at this point within the ecosystem of gaming. They're still working on putting out a game that's going to hit for them so they can work on other titles and continue to make investments on other future IP possibilities. At least that's what I have garnered from this article here. Sure, Ubisoft is working on some things, and yes, Assassin's Creed is successful, but what has Ubisoft done for me lately?
Don't forget Far Cry.
Far Cry. Yes, and Far Cry. But what has Ubisoft done for me lately? Personally, not much. And again, depending on how you want to look at it, I don't know if, to me, Ubisoft Plus still isn't worth it. At least just by itself, which is something else that they got to deal with. Which is why them coming into a service like Game Pass or part of PlayStation tier, part of the PlayStation tiers, is definitely going to be something beneficial to them. Because at this part of Ubisoft's career, I should say, Ubisoft is definitely more of a add-on than a, hey, look at our games. We are top of the chain, top echelon. We're here to really make a mark. At least not like they used to be. To me, I look at an Assassin's Creed game, it's like, yeah, man, that's a good game to have part of my subscription. Mainly because it has become a very repetitive, not necessarily understanding itself what it wants to be. There's a lot of fluff in Assassin's Creed game, right? There's a reason why people say that there's that Ubisoft formula. There's this thing over there, go get it. Oh, there's these towers over here. Oh, now you can see all this section of the map now. Oh, there's this over here. Oh man, there's so much creativity in this game. You know what Ubisoft could really use? The Nemesis system. Maybe they should talk to WB. You know how much, like, you have all of these like villains and enemies that people clamor for and that are really memorable for your players, right? That's what I always hear about Ubisoft games. But you don't have nothing to really really take that to the next level for your studios. And does cause your games to come across extremely repetitive. Extremely repetitive. Part of the reason why I put Valhalla down. Valhalla is an amazing playing game. Probably one of the best Assassin's Creed games to date, honestly. It doesn't feel like an Assassin's Creed game. I don't know if we're assassinating people anymore. This is more so like I can literally jump off my boat, run into this village of people, fight everybody, and still get the same thing accomplished. I'm not penalized for just running in here. I'm not penalized for not doing things sneakily. I'm not penalized for like having some kind of strategy to the way that I'm doing things. Kind of like what Assassin's Creed used to pride itself, especially with like the SEO collection. That's like prime, the chef's kiss, Assassin's Creed, right? Where everything mattered. Environment mattered, team, crowd control mattered, enemies mattered, went how you went about every individual scenario was always different. Sure, you could do the same thing, same assassination, but you still had to have some skill with that. Again, I mean, just to get like I want to touch on what I mentioned earlier. I just think Ubisoft is still lost in the sauce. And they're trying to kind of swim their way out of the mess. Pong, I mean, how do you feel about it? I mean, do you kind of agree with that from what we've seen here? From what I gathered from out of this article, again, this is from their fiscal meeting. This is from their sales figures. They sat down, had a meeting, and said, "Hey, Rainbow Six Siege is doing great, and Mario Rabbids people are excited for, and Skull and Bones. Looks like people are excited for that also. And we got some mobile games coming, and I think they're going to do well too." Do you think that they have their finger on the pulse of their community or of the gaming ecosystem? Like, what is going on? Or has Ubisoft literally made themselves more of an add-on company? What do you think?
I'm taking a totally different perspective on what's happening here.
Okay.
Mav and I talked about this a little bit on PM and the PM2. And he comes from the, and I have been too. I have in the past as well, but this latest news kind of gave me, so I sat back and I've been digesting this as this news came out this week. I actually took a different spin on this. And I'll preface all this by saying that Ubisoft is a favorite of mine. It is a fast food go-to publisher of mine. I know what I'm going to get out of a Ubisoft game when I sit down to play it. And it's going to be good. It
Right.
may not be great, but I know that I'm going to get value out of it. Okay. And can that now at this point with some of their open worlds be over the top too much, almost like an all you can eat buffet that just becomes overwhelming? Yes. Do I wish that they would go back and trim some of the fat off of their games, like an Assassin's Creed, like a Far Cry? Yes, I do. I wish they would go back to a little bit tighter formula than they've gone to, but it's been successful for them. Who am I to say anything different at this point when Assassin's Creed Valhalla is over $1 billion in sales, right? Who am I to say that they should cut back? But I do believe it would be good for them. But when with this latest news here, Steel, there's a lot to go on here. First of all, Ubisoft's value has dropped, plummeted. Okay. From its peak, it was over $20 a share. Now it's trading somewhere around the $5. Okay. They have lost an extreme amount of value. Right now, their market cap is right around 5 billion, which when you say Ubisoft, there's no way that that should ever happen
Yeah, no.
because of how many great IPs they have, but they've done this to themselves. And I've said in the past, I've taken the same stance as you have, Steel, when it comes to Ubisoft, that they've lost their way. They're rudderless, that they are trying to chase the golden pot at the end of the rainbow nonstop with all these games as a service types games, mobile market, all this stuff that they've done, monetizing the hell out of all these free to play games that they just seem to throw out at us, like that latest roller game, which was actually kind of fun when I played it. But they seem to be chasing this golden pot instead of focusing on what made them great. Again, they bastardized the Tom Clancy name. An entire generation went by without a Splinter Cell game, which should never have happened. Although, if they were going to put out a Splinter Cell game like they did with Ghost Recon, I'm kind of happy that they skipped an entire generation and didn't ruin Sam Fisher. Okay, I'm actually kind of happy about that. And from what the remake is supposedly going to be, from what the devs have said, they're going back to what made Splinter Cell great. And if that's the case, if that's real, that's not lies, then I'm happy. Okay. Because I think we might actually get an original type game out of Ubisoft like they used to make, which is exactly what a lot of us old school fans have been clamoring for.
Right.
Let's start here. Avatar. Why am let me say this. Why I'm taking a little bit different spin on this or perspective on this, and why I see signs that maybe Ubisoft is starting to get a little bit of it, right? That they're finally starting to figure a little bit of this out. And I'm going to go into detail here. So, Avatar. I think Ubisoft 2 years ago with Avatar would have forced this game out the door. I think they would have pushed it out just to get it at the same time as the movie. I think that Yes, is it a missed opportunity that they couldn't get this game finished by the movie time? Yes. However, there also came word out of Ubisoft after the delay was announced that the reason why they are delaying it, and it was the quote was, "We want to make sure this game is perfect." Okay, well, again, being an open world, first person type game, Far Cry mold type game, Avatar, do we think that it's going to be perfect? No, but the fact that Ubisoft is shooting for that is great. The fact that they also came out and they said they don't want Avatar to be a one and done game. They want to make this a living franchise, a new franchise under Ubisoft. That gives me hope, Steel. That gives me hope that they are going to put their best foot forward and they're not just going to say, hey, guess what? We got to get it out the door,
Right.
because that's what some of these big corporations, we've seen it with EA, we've seen it with Ubisoft, we've seen it with these big publishers. That's what they do because the investors are more important than the actual gamers who are purchasing their game, right? So I'm happy to see that. I'm happy to hear that. I'm a big fan of Avatar. Now I'm an Avatar stan from back in the day. I've seen the movie probably 20 plus times at least in my lifetime. I love Avatar. Always have. I was sad when Cameron took this long to go back to it again, and I'm excited for the new movies. So for this game, I'm actually excited to play Avatar, and I want it to be a great experience. So I'm happy about that, and I think that that is the first sign. Now with Skull and Bones, um, it's a shame. Skull and Bones, I think, got to the point where this was supposed to be vaporware. A lot of us thought we were never going to see Skull and Bones for all the reasons I just stated. Either you push it out the door in a terrible state, or you cancel the game because you've spent so much. You can't. Eventually, you have to have something. Skull and Bones has been in development for 7, nearly 8 years. If you go back to the original announcement of it, it's been rebooted multiple times according to inside sources. That's why it's taken so long. They had no idea what they wanted to do with it. The fact that Ubisoft is now getting it out and finally made a decision and said, okay, this is it. Last revision. You guys got what you want out of this. You guys found a way. Whether or not it winds up being a game I play and it's $70, I can tell you it's not a game I'm buying day one for damn sure. But I know I'm going to get that Ubisoft sale and it's eventually going to be half price, probably by Black Friday, a couple weeks later. But whatever the case may be, the fact that they're still getting that game out this year, and from what I've seen from the gameplay, it's a well made Ubisoft game. It looks gorgeous. And again, whether or not it becomes a game that I like or love, well, that's to be determined because there's a lot of things missing that I would like to see out of a pirate game. But the fact that they're still putting it out there, they got it done, and it looks like it's a complete game so far. That says something to me. So I'm happy they're getting it out there again. $70 on the same day that got, or right at the same time the day before God of War releases. Yeah, you kind of shoot yourself in the foot, but it is what it is. The fact that they went ahead, Steel, and looked realistically at all these games that they have in production. Again, when we talk about Ubisoft, you're talking about I think it actually is the biggest publishing house in the world right now. They have over 20,000 employees worldwide. They've lost a lot of talent for all the stuff that we've heard about. They had their own Activision Blizzard deal going on. A lot of people said that's never been addressed properly. It still hasn't been fixed to this day. So they've lost a lot of talent. But this is one of the only publishing houses in the world that uses very little outside support because they have so many studios and so many devs, over 20,000 employees. I call it bloated. And I think that if they were to be purchased or acquired, that there would be some cuts because I think it's over bloated. But the fact is that they've got so many people, they have all these projects working on at one time. The fact that they internally took a look in the mirror and actually decided to cancel some games and
Yeah.
say, you know what? We obviously believed in these ideas, but this is not going to work. We're not just going to shovel out more stuff that isn't going to necessarily be the most appealing. So we're going to cut our losses early. I think that says that they are doing some in-house, self-reflection. And I think that they're starting to make some tough decisions. Again, wasted money, doesn't look great for the investors, doesn't look great for your stocks, but they still made the tough decision to say, nope, we're done with these games.
Right.
We're also hearing that Beyond Good and Evil 2 is still in development. That's another game that people thought was going to be vaporware. That's been in development for an extremely long time. They created a brand new engine called Voyager for that game specifically. They've invested in this game heavily. It's not like some big franchise. Yes, Beyond Good and Evil is beloved by a certain core group of gamers, but it's not some huge franchise. The fact that that's still in production, they say that's still on track, that it's going to come out eventually. Hey, that's cool. I'm glad. I'm happy. I think, Steel, that a lot of this stuff is saying to me that Ubisoft is looking to finally make a decision on the direction that they're going to go. They're still going to have their hands in a lot of different places like mobile. And, there's a good reason for that. We just heard that Riot Games, they put out 3 games over the past 16 months. They just surpassed $1 billion in revenue from those 3 mobile games. Mobile isn't going anywhere. So a big publisher like Ubisoft is going to invest in mobile. But I think at the end of the day, I think they might be realizing that they need to get back to their core. In some ways, they can still experiment. They can still have their X Defiance and to try to capture some gold pot at the end of the rainbow. They can still do that stuff, but they still have to have the main focus on their core games. Assassin's Creed, you talked about Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed Rift, and shout out to Gerald Mack in the chat. Shout out to you, brother. He asked if they've had their showcase yet. No, they already announced they weren't going to have a
Nah,
showcase this
yeah.
year. They're doing smaller stuff. In September, they are going to talk about the new Assassin's Creed. Now, there's 2 Assassin's Creed projects currently in the works that we are aware of. One of them is an MMO style, games as a service style, kind of bigger vision. I'm not against it. I know a lot of people hate the idea. I think there's some ways that they could make it really cool. So I'm in a wait and see mode with that game. But there's a smaller project, and this is why it gets me excited, Steel. It's called Assassin's Creed Rift. Now, we've heard
I heard about
rumors.
that. Yep.
Yep, some people thought it was going to be in the Aztec lands in Aztec time, which would be phenomenal. I'd love to see it go there,
Pretty
but
interesting.
that's been kind of shot down. Jason Schreier shot it down, and again, Jason Schreier being Jason Schreier, whatever, he does get inside information. But the other rumor was, and it was outside of him as well, was that it's going to be set in ancient Iraq. Okay,
Okay, yeah, that was mentioned.
and yeah, the Middle East. Now, this supposedly started out as DLC, grew to be a little bit bigger, kind of like God of War Ragnarok. So they decided to make it a standalone game, but they're still, they themselves, when they talked about this game here and they talked about September where they're going to reveal it, they said that this is a smaller Assassin's Creed project Steel. So I think that this one could be closer to the original Assassin's Creeds in terms of scope.
Right.
And we're not going to have this big, overwhelming, tired, played out Valhalla where people, 50 hours in, they look at the map and go, my God, I'm a third of the way through this game if I want to do all the side stuff. I think that this one could definitely bring us back or harken back to the Assassin's Creed 1, 2, style game where we get that smaller experience, but more focused on the assassin part of things than all the other nonsense that we've gotten. Now, some of it is fun, some of it's great. I like Valhalla in a lot of ways. I
Right.
love the combat, but I think this might bring us back to the old style. So that's where I start to get hope, Steel. That we are seeing some things, some signs that Ubisoft, that Yves Guillemot,
Yeah.
looking at his stock price and doing all that kind of stuff, has finally looked in the mirror and said, okay, maybe we've taken a lot of missteps with our franchise and we need to get back. Now, there's a lot of work to be done between
Yeah.
here and there. But I think, Steel, that's why I kind of sat back on this news and started looking at it and went like, okay, you know, they're saying to themselves, we got too much. We're doing too much. We're trying too many things.
True.
We got to cut back. You know what I'm saying? We're not, we got to get refocused.
Yeah.
And I think that that's where I'm more optimistic than a lot of people are here. And we'll see. Again, I could be completely wrong. They could come out tomorrow and announce 5 games that are all games as a service, and I could go, okay, well, here we go again. Sam Fisher is now in another mobile game. Great, fantastic. But I think it's potential. And don't forget, Steel, they are looking at bringing in another investment group or partnering, merging with somebody, being acquired. They are open to that. They've talked about that openly. I think that they are starting to see that they need to kind of, spit shine Ubisoft again and make it more palpable for somebody to come in and say, yes, we want to partner or merge with you. There's a couple different opportunities out there. We could talk about that too, but I'll end it there and let you go on. But
No,
I
you're
think
good.
I'm more optimistic on Ubisoft than a lot of people are right now. And again, I am a Ubisoft fan overall. Also, don't forget, folks, too, Immortal Phoenix Rising. Immortal Phoenix Rising was an under the radar hit. Okay. It came out of nowhere. And if you've played that game, I still haven't finished it, of course. I shouldn't even have to say that. Of course, I haven't finished it. But playing through that game, it's a freaking amazing game.
Yeah.
And they have now confirmed that they are actually doing a sequel, and it wasn't the biggest seller that they have ever had, but it did garner a lot of positivity. And the fact that they greenlit another one of those, even though it wasn't the biggest deal in the world, shows that I think, again, Ubisoft sees that there are some positivity to bringing back the focus on what made Ubisoft great in the first place. Because
Right.
Immortal Phoenix Rising, yes, it was an open world game. Yes, it had a lot of similarities to your Far Cry's and your Assassin's Creed's current modern day stuff, but it was a much more focused game as well. It was a smaller game than those games, and it got surprisingly great reviews, and a lot of people loved it. So the fact that they're greenlighting it shows me some more positive signs.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. There's definitely a lot of things that are moving in the right direction. And I still think I'll probably stand on my laurels a little bit on that one and just say it does seem like they are a little bit lost. So I do agree with you, though, that apparently they noticed that they're lost enough that they do have to kind of cut some of the fat off and just be like, look, we got to get to some semblance of really making some big time profits, making sure that we're making content that people are liking. My main thing for me is what they really need to do is work on supporting their goddamn games. Because Division 2 right now could still be freaking thumping. Like ridiculously. I don't care if you had to put a whole different team on, and like these are things that should have already been in the works so you can get that constant stream of content coming, because it's such a missed opportunity, man, to keep it constantly updated, to keep things coming in, keep coming out. And again, I mean, I know they have that most recent thing going on where they had that update, you get to fight different agents or whatever the case. But it's like once you get done doing that, you can get that knocked out in a day, and then you're waiting another week to get stuff done. Like, damn. I don't know, but it's a personal thing. I just want to see, because like you, I have been a fan of Ubisoft in the past, right? And I am still a fan of Ubisoft in many ways. I just want to see them do. There should
Yeah.
be a lot more expected out of them because of the quality of content it can put out. But then when you show me things like Prince of Persia, it kind of makes, like that Prince of Persia remake, it makes it hard for me to continue to give you that faith when I also see that when you take your more popular IPs, like in Assassin's Creed, you have all this content, and then the content seems to be only lacking. And again, it's a personal thing for me. It's only lacking because it doesn't seem like there's a sense of direction in it, right? That's what I mean. And I'm never complaining about all the content being there.
Yeah.
You can give me 100 and you can give me 300 hours worth of content. I'm all for that. But don't give me after 100 hours. And again, go check out ACG's Walking the Walk for Assassin's Creed Valhalla. He breaks it down. A lot of those thoughts that he has in there are similar to how I feel. But when I put 100 hours into a game, after 100 hours, you really start peeling back the layers of like, is this really fun? Am I having fun with this now? Or do I just need to get through the story now? Like, I don't know. It's a personal thing.
Right.
And
No,
it's
and we've heard internally too, Steel. I mean, again, firsthand knowledge. Okay. Won't obviously say names at all, but firsthand knowledge, first counts
yeah,
of how some of the internal workings at Ubisoft over the past couple years has been. And it is heavy. The devs have completely different ideas than the upper management
yeah,
of what a game should be. And there is huge portions of the dev teams there when you're talking about your Assassin's Creeds and your Far Cries who
right.
want to go back to making the smaller experiences and making the classic fancy games that are absolutely 100% shot down by upper management. That it comes down to no, we need to make this big, huge world that makes people engage in it for hundreds of hours, and that we want to be able to monetize it to know. And that's like their main focus or has been. Again, I'm not saying it's the same now, but I'm saying legitimately within the past couple years, firsthand knowledge here, that I know personally that I talked to that have worked in that environment in some form or fashion that say this absolutely happens. That the first thing out of the higher up's mouth is how are we going to make money off this idea?
Yeah.
And that's a
Fair.
problem when the devs are trying to be creative. And there's a lot of devs in there who have been there since the early days that say, no, we just want to go back to making the games we used to make. And they are absolutely 100% shot down. Or it goes through a process that it gets approved, then gets turned down after they already start making something. Like it's like this constant battle between the devs and upper management there. So I'll just lay that out there that there is a lot of internal problems still going on there on top of, like I said, the HR problems, which again,
Yeah, that's
firsthand
probably a
knowledge
big thing.
here has not been resolved. That there are still a lot of issues from an HR standpoint that is causing a lot of inner it makes it a not a
Gonna make
good
harder.
work
Yeah.
environment for the devs. Makes them very uncomfortable, makes it a very uncomfortable place to work for. So a lot of that is still going on there. Again, hopefully Ubisoft can turn this around. And I think Steel, I mean, again, I won't go too deep into this, but I want to get your thoughts on this too as
Yeah.
well. I think a merger or acquisition of Ubisoft could help. I think that they're open to it. And here's what I'm going to say about this because we kind of
Okay.
got into this and some things happened yesterday. Some things under the radar that not everybody picked up on.
Okay.
It was kind of a late deal. I threw it in our DMs too for you. Bloomberg reported that Sony gaming unit has added a Uber
I did
antitrust
just see
lawyer
that. Mm.
amid expansion plans. Sony is beefing up their legal team.
Yeah, they need to.
And
Yeah.
that signals that acquisition season for
Yep.
Sony is in full swing, and
Yep.
they're not doing. We're talking about potentially here, potentially with this hire, because they're bringing somebody specifically in. Now they just went through a review process with Bungie,
Right.
okay, which
Which
got approved.
went
They
through, no
announced,
problems. Yeah.
yep, went through. They announced it. That tells me, and the article from Bloomberg Law also insinuated that they are potentially looking at something bigger. Let me tell you
Yeah.
this, with how weak Ubisoft is right now,
Yeah.
um, that would be a move. Sony can't do everything that Microsoft Xbox can, but they could certainly take advantage of where Ubisoft is right now. And because Sony has already given Bungie the freedom to continue to self-publish, they're taking kind of the same stance that Microsoft has with ZeniMax and eventually Activision Blizzard, where those companies are still going to basically run themselves. Yes, they're going to answer to a Phil or they're going to answer to a Jim Ryan, but at the end of the day, they're still going to make decisions. They're still going to make multi-plat games. An acquisition of Ubisoft by Sony would be one hell of a comeback to what Xbox has been doing. Not to say that all that stuff would go exclusive, because I think those days at Sony are done as well. If they make a big purchase like this, I think that they would stay multi-plat in a lot of areas as well. But to take on a Ubisoft with 20,000 people, talent wise, with all those dev teams, with all of that extremely valuable IP Steel that can be transferred into movies and TV as well, that would be a huge move for Sony. And I think that this might be the move they are going to make. Could see it happening. The other one is, and I've talked about this a long time ago,
Mm-hmm.
EA and Ubisoft merging,
Mining.
combining,
They have this.
merging.
They have the same. They have the same strategy, and they
They,
would definitely help each
yes,
other out.
if they could work out the top,
They would
the
help each other
structure
out.
at the top,
Ah.
there's a lot of egos up there at both companies. If they could work out the structure at the top and how that would work, they would form one of the most powerful publishing houses with some of the
Yeah.
most valuable IP in the industry. And like you said, their goals align in a lot of ways still.
Yeah.
That merger makes so much sense. And we know EA is looking, we know Ubisoft is looking. Say if you could work out the top structure figure out how everybody's going to stay in command and how that's going to all work. That combination, electronics, EA Soft or whatever the hell it would be, that would be an incredible company to see come together, and would be very strong and safe from anything happening in this industry right now. So I think that's a potential.
I think the only thing that I would have, I would kind of think might be an issue with that is the money issue at that point.
Yeah.
Like, even if EA and Ubi combined, I don't think they would still end up having enough money to give themselves time to work on whatever projects that they're working on. Because that's part of the problem right now, is that they're trying to find something that works. They're trying to find something that can help support other games. They're trying to find something that can give them funding. And not to say that they're broke or whatever else the case may be, because probably not, but when your shares take a hit, it's a big thing. And I do think that EA and Ubisoft combining would make sense, but I don't think either one are garnering enough attention outside of Madden and whatnot to really get the funding that they need to help support each other in the way that they would have to, right?
My only pushback, Steel, is you got Apex, you got Madden, you've got the other sports franchises, which are all money makers at the end of the day. And then you've got Assassin's Creed and Far Cry supplying much of the funds on Ubisoft side. So I think together, combination wise, yes, there would probably still be some trimming that needed to be done, especially on the Ubisoft side of things. I think you would see some cuts, and we never like to see people lose their jobs. But I definitely think that they would trim. But I think that at the end of the day, the combination of those two and with their upcoming stuff, I think that you could see a much stronger financial position from both sides if that were to happen, a much more stable position. Would it be right away out the gate the absolute dominant moneymaker? No, it wouldn't be, but I think that the potential is there that with both of them working together, that you could see that happen real quickly. And I think there's enough support from some of their big games on both sides that they could make it happen. I do get what you're saying there. You don't have the big, war chest of a Microsoft behind you or whatever the case may be, or even a Sony, like overall. But I think that it still would be strong enough between the two that if they did some restructuring, trimmed some of the staff, developers, and really kind of streamline the process, which EA seemingly, and outside the sports franchises, which we know is the problem, but whatever, they still make a gazillion dollars. I think that you could really see an efficient company that comes together that really does start, really, really putting out some big money from their franchises. That's just me, though. I don't know anything. I'm just a gamer. I don't run billion-dollar companies by any stretch of the imagination. But just from the outside looking in, I think that would put them both in a better spot if they did merge.
And I definitely like the thought, and I like the opinion. I mean, you brought up definitely an interesting question, because I do feel like this has been something that has been in there before, just kind of like in the thought process. But, and again, I mean, it would be a way to, them coming together would be the new Activision Blizzard. Honestly,
right.
That would be that would instantly make them the new Activision Blizzard. The only thing about that, though, like Activision and Blizzard, is that they both have bad management.
Right.
Like your only saving grace on the EA side of things is Vince Zampella, and then on the Ubisoft side of things, what do you have? Assassin's Creed? That's your saving grace right now?
That's a Green Far Cry.
And Far Cry 6, is not doing as well as 5 did. So, well, I mean, like, what is your saving grace at this point? Avatar? Oh, well, you got to delay that. So, I mean, you can't have that bounce back. X Defiant, we've heard a lot of negative things about that. There's so many things that are working on negative sides on both things, especially with as much attention that people are now giving. Well, I mean, whether they are really not, giving these studios and the publishers and the companies and sexual misconduct. Now people are making a big deal out of these major issues that I don't know if them combining is going to end up taking care of that. Whereas if they did go under needless to say, I don't see this happening either, because it works in sides. But if one of them either way went under a Sony or a Microsoft, that they would have more of a chance of them being restructured from the top so that they can be successful down the road. Because that's the biggest thing that they're running into right now. Hey, we can't keep up, other than EA with Apex. Hey, we can't keep up with the industry currently because there's not enough, again, single player games, or you can't just rest on the laurels of that because they don't bring in enough money. There has to be other things in play there, which is why I was like, I could definitely see more of a Sony and Microsoft thing, them eating each other up and coming to a deal. It would be interesting. It would definitely be more of an Activision Blizzard type of deal. But in that same breath, do you want those Activision Blizzard problems to continue to drive that number down even further? Because right now, look at the market cap right around 5.16 billion as of July. So what, you buy it for a double right around, so maybe 12 billion you buy them for?
Yeah, 12 to 15. You'd have to come up. You'd have to give them, because they would consider the stock price right now. So you would have to come up, just like Microsoft came up, nearly $30 off of what Activision Blizzard was sitting at. Right. They went back to the closer to the projected high from the past of what the value actually is. Because again, where Ubisoft is sitting at right now is nowhere close to their actual value. On all their IP.
They're probably at least worth 30 billion at least.
15 to 20, yeah, somewhere in there.
Probably somewhere in there. But so yeah, it's just, there's definitely many different angles that they could take it. I do want to see Ubisoft kind of remain this thing, because I mean, it's, again, Rainbow Six is a classic thing for me, and like that, I grew up on that. That's one of my first ever PC games is Rainbow Six. So it's like Ubisoft means a lot to me, but I also do understand that. That's why I was saying, and if it's harsh, or whatever, but that's why I was saying, I do feel like they've lost their way. And it's understandable because a lot of companies have lost their way. Sony's trying to find the right way. Microsoft is trying to find the right way. Some are definitely in a better position than others, but and needless here to say, but I do definitely think that would be interesting. Again, we talk about, you know, the industry gobbling up, or these people gobbling up these other people. And then, you know, Mia, you have mentioned it here. There's going to be other people that step into that limelight. Anybody, Embracer could be the next Activision Blizzard in that spectrum of that cloth, of that name. You know what I mean? So hey, who knows? There's no telling. There's so many different things that could happen within the next year or so.
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna be fun, man. No matter what, Sony's gearing up. So again, you start looking around, and they can't pull off an well, I didn't say they could never pull off an Activision. They could probably raise the funds to pull off an Activision Blizzard, but it would be tough for them. But something like an Ubisoft, that value proposition where you know it's worth it at its price point now, even if you had to overpay, it'd still be worth it at the end of the day. I think those are the ones you got to look to, and that's why it's interesting.
Ubisoft. You're 100% right. Ubisoft. That's all that Bane. I definitely, it is Ubisoft. I say Ubisoft. I just got used to it.
Yep.
Being lazy. It is Ubisoft. I definitely agree. But with that being said, again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are still here locked in and loaded with us right here with Living Splitscreen, where we go live every Saturday, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. UK time, please hit that like button. Just let us know in the comments. Shout us out in chat. Tell your mama's boyfriend's girlfriend, sister about us. And other than that, audio listeners, listening to us on the back end, whether that's Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your RSS feeds, let us know how we're doing in the comments. Again, last week's episode, or last week's episode, unfortunately, I couldn't put up on the audio platforms. It gave me a ton of problems, but I am recording this episode live, so no, we shouldn't run into any problems today. It should be up about an hour, usually after the show goes live, so definitely anticipate that. But from here, I think there's a couple of different ways that we can go here. I do think, I mean, damn, we're almost 4 hours in. Don't know how we did it. Again, over 3.5 hours of content. I mean, again, yeah, it's been 2 weeks off, but at the same point, it's like, content, man. Like I don't know.
Us, man. This is us.
Maybe it's just our lives at this point.
It is. It is.
But we always have good conversation, man. And there is always something to be said about natural being able to just flow, man. And that's something that I love about our shows every Saturday. Why I love coming back right back in this chair, sitting down, you brother, and just having these conversations, especially since we typically hit them from a different perspective, right? Coming at it from different angles. We're not just reiterating and regurgitating BS. We're having good and thought-provoking conversation. But with that said, I do think that this is going to be a perfect point to get into our this day in gaming segment. Again, we've knocked out several fucking topics today. And we not only that, we freaking obliterated the topics. Whether it was the Last of Us conversation, if you guys missed out on that, I think that was another one that we hit from a couple of different angles. Yeah, we mentioned some of the things that everybody's been talking about, but we also talked about what's more important. The Avatar delays with Ubisoft, the developers pulling back communication. That's going to be a constant conversation that we'll probably end up having here. Because again, me and Pong are going to be slightly jaded as servants to the customer service industry. We're always going to have a different perspective on that, but it's just going to be a line of communication we're going to have to keep open. And then, yeah. So thank you guys for being here. But let's get into this day in gaming segment, because gaming is art and should be treated as such. Shout out to the homie Everborn Saga, who quoted that term and has not used it since. I'm going to have to square up with that man. I'm going to program his Tesla to not turn on one day or something. I'm going to say, hey, you have now entered Steel's vehicle. I'm going to have to do something crazy, or I'm going to have to make his Tesla say gaming is art and his treat should be treated as such every day so that he'll start using it. But that's perfectly fine. I know he knows it as a dev himself and as a man of art himself. But gaming is art should be treated as such. This is why we do the This Day in Gaming segment, and it's also why we do the upcoming games. So not only you know what's coming in, but you guys get the back end of the show where you know what has left, so you have an understanding of where we have come from in gaming. So let's get into it, as I don't have it set up here yet.
Make me feel old, Steel.
You know, you always want to feel old. I heard.
Can't do it.
Oh God, Pong just wants to feel old. I feel like.
Yeah, I just want to bitch and complain.
That's all.
Kids, get off my lawn. That's all.
Get off my lawn. Oh, stupid.
I know.
Oh God. All right, here we go. I am gonna have to do some slight adjustments here since I did change some things. Hopefully, you guys are able to see that pretty clearly. Looks like you are. So nice. All right. So today we're starting in 1993, July 23rd, on this day in gaming. So in 93, Super Nintendo released, hopefully you can hear me clean. Yes, you guys can, so perfect. Super Nintendo released Dai 3G Super Robot Taisen in Japan. All right. Then the Genesis released Shinobi 3, Return of the Ninja Master. Shout out to Lord Cognito. Anytime that I hear Shinobi, is the first thing that I think of.
Yep.
That's crazy. I love the way that works. Super Nintendo, Super Back to the Future 2. Shout out to the Super Nintendo, just adding Super to all their title names just because they could.
Yeah, why not? It worked.
No, it did work. That's the thing. Oh God. Then in 98 on Nintendo 64, you had Rakuga Kids in Japan. Then PlayStation released in 98, Silhouette Mirage.
Man,
interesting title.
A lot of games I haven't heard of today.
Yeah, that's interesting. Then in 2000, Game Boy Color released Meteorot 3, Kabuto version. Okay. Then in 2001, PC released Max Payne. I played that game when it came out. Fucking game. Great game. I probably shouldn't have been playing that game. At that time, it was definitely outside of my age range. Probably why I have some of the trust issues I have today. Then in 2003, PlayStation 2 released Downhill Domination. Okay. Then in 2004, PC, I didn't know this game came to PC, but PC released Guilty Gear X2 Reload in Japan. Interesting. Then in 2007, PlayStation 2 released NASCAR 08.
Shout out to driving in circles. Not my thing.
Yeah, me neither. Then in 2008, Xbox 360 released Puzzle Quest, Challenge of the Warlords.
Oh, one
Revenge
of my
of the
favorite all
Puzzle Quest was a good time.
games. Puzzle Quest
Puzzle Quest
so freaking amazing. I don't know how many hours I had in that game between Xbox, between PSP, between everything that it's ever been on, man. Puzzle Quest was absolutely amazing, man. And they got a what's it called? Gems of damn it, what's the new one called that's on Xbox right now? Free to play. Gems of I can't remember. I put so many hours into that as well. But man, Puzzle Quest back in the day was so good. I absolutely love that game.
Nice.
Yep.
Right. Well, I guess I didn't change. That's fine. Then in 2009 on the PSP, you had Blazing Souls Accelerate. Is it supposed to be excellent or is it supposed to be accelerate?
No, it's supposed to be accelerate. Excellent. Okay, excellent. Yep.
Nice.
Gems
Dr.
of War.
Dinglenut.
Thank you, sir. Gems of War. Thank you.
How do you, Dr. Dinglenut?
Really great game too. Great game in that.
Then the Wii released in 2009 Wii Dragon Ball Revenge of King Piccolo. Not play that game.
Shout out to Piccolo. Shout out to Piccolo.
Shout out to Piccolo. Like He actually got a an upgrade here. Most recent Dragon Ball movie that's coming.
Did he?
Yes, he's actually on par with some of the other Z fighters now, at least in their blue form.
Okay. I always like
that's super dope. Yeah, no, I've always liked Piccolo too. Piccolo's been more of a father to Gohan than Goku ever has, but I guess I can't. It's hard to say that, but whatever. Piccolo's always been a dope. Then in 2009, PlayStation 3 released Katamari Forever in Japan.
Those are such fun games just to fool around with, man. Roll around in a ball, picking up everything. Oh, it's such a weird concept, but it's so freaking awesome.
If you didn't mind that, then I'm sure you won't mind this one. 2014 3DS released Kirby Fighters Deluxe. You get to roll around like a ball. You're Kirby. You can suck up anything.
Shout out to Pink. Shout out to the Pink fucking demon, man.
Hey, you play him in Super Smash Brothers, he could be whatever color. It could be blue, it's black, true. You know.
But come on, he's known as Pink. Come on, let's go.
Oh, shout out to Kirby. I love Kirby. Then in 2014, Xbox 360 released The Walking Dead Season 2, Episode 4, Amid the Ruin. Shout out to The Walking Dead.
Yeah. Good games.
2015, the Wii U released Dragon Fantasy, The Volumes of Wisteria.
Why does Wisteria sound familiar?
That sounds familiar. 2015, this is actually a game that my daughters are kind of obsessed with. Really weird to me. But a game came out on PC called Five Nights at Freddy's 4.
Never got those games, man.
My kids love Five Nights at Freddy's. And those games like that. I don't know what it is. It's really strange. That released on that was just PC. Then on 2015, PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4, shout out to you Fun Speculation for dropping in. But they dropped on those systems Sengoku Basara 4 Samuragi in Japan.
Shout out to you and your names. I love it.
Then on the 3DS, they released The Binding of Isaac Rebirth. Heard The Binding of Isaac is actually a game.
Yeah, huge game. Some people consider it the best game of all time, if that tells you anything. I've touched it, and I didn't feel that way, but hey, a lot of people did. So.
Yeah. Fun Speculation says, took a chance, and y'all are still alive. Woohoo! Hey, man.
Of course, we are still alive.
You haven't learned anything yet? Then on PC in 2015, we got the Talos Principle, Road to Gehenna.
Talos Principle is cool. It actually came to console too. Puzzle game, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's a puzzle game. Really cool concept. Again, played around with it. Really, if you're into puzzle games, it's a fun game. It's really well done.
Fun Speculation asks, playing any games today, brothers? Yeah, probably going to jump into some Forza maybe. I don't know. It depends on what everybody got going on. I don't know what I'm jumping into. Kind of down for whatever today. I was kind of thinking about jumping back to some Synced for a little bit because they only have to the 25th. So I think Monday it goes down again, so it won't be available until I guess they release it. But I don't know, I'm down for whatever. I've been having a lot of fun with the Forza Horizon Hot Wheels. I'm down to help race or whatever the case may be. I've been having a lot of good time. Then on 2015, the PlayStation Vita released Trillion, God of Destruction in Japan.
One of the last Vita games that I purchased before I sold my Vita. From what I played, highly underrated game. Not a lot of people know about it because it started out as a Japanese. I think it first released in Japan and then came over here finally. But it's just one of those under the radar. Again, there's so many JRPGs out there. Like if you really get into it, there's so many. But it was published. It was developed by Compile Heart and Idea Factory. And anybody who knows JRPGs knows that Idea Factory has been around for a while. So is Compile Heart. Really make quality games, and this game was really cool. The story was amazing. I'll give you a little synopsis here. I just brought it up again. The demons of the underworld lived in an evil yet fulfilling life in peace, and so it remained until the appearance of Trillion, a demon god of destruction that sought to consume the world. Its power unfathomable. It destroyed the underworld's forces. Even Zibolos, the great overlord himself, was defeated. This is a game as you power up, you're doing literally like millions of points of damage. Like that's what it shows up on the screen. It's like crazy. Yeah. It's awesome. Yeah, it is. It's a pretty freaking dope game. I only played it for a little. It was like literally, I think it might have been my last Vita purchase that I made digitally. So good game.
And just Fahim Scott says that's not Assassin's Creed though. If you give it the Nemesis system, he might be a bit behind. But just in case you do end up catching this on the back end, because I am looking at the chat and everything. But when I mentioned that giving Assassin's Creed the Nemesis system, no, they don't have to take it exactly like they do in the Shadow War games or whatever the case. But you can do it as like, what if you killed this dude? What if his son comes after you? What if his relative comes after you? What if his next disciple says, oh, you killed such and such, now I'm on the hunt for you? It just gives you that added level of pressure that the Shadow of War games did, right? Because you never knew what you were going to end up running. Like you could be minding your goddamn business, then all of a sudden, Kree of the Undying comes out of nowhere. It's like, you man swine, you killed me. I'm back to kill you, or whatever the case might be. It could be George defending his late father, King David. I don't know. First name that came to my mind. Shout out to King David wearing the Crocs.
Oh God. Oh God.
But and he could try to come avenge his family name or whatever. I think that'd just be super dope. At least that concept of it. Not the exact thing, but using some level of that. That's actually why I'm super excited about Wonder Woman. I think this Wonder Woman game is going to be fucking ridiculous. And it's made by Monolith. So it's like, Monolith is like 2 for 2 for me. Oh, they haven't missed. I'm guarantee you they're going to be 3 for 3 because they do not play. Story, gameplay, like top tier. Anyway, back into these. And
yes, Fahima, the original Assassin's Creed, I think we all agree should.
Yeah,
I want something closer to that for sure.
Do agree.
Absolutely.
Then in 2018, Xbox One released Mega Man X Legacy Collection 1 and 2, or Mega Man 10, depending on how you want to say it.
Yep.
And then in 2020, a game that used to be the benchmark for a lot of people's computers.
Yep.
The Nintendo Switch got Crysis Remastered.
Was that streamed? Was that stream only?
I think so. I think
Pretty sure.
Because this wouldn't be Crysis Remastered. This would be Crysis Demastered if it's playing on the Nintendo Switch. Just saying. Just saying. That's funny. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, that was your This Day in Gaming segment. Again, I want to say thank you all for, riding for us, skipping it out on a week, handling some family things. Greatly appreciate that. Again, from this point forward, I think I'll at least put an update out there, not only on Twitter, but also on YouTube, at least a thumbnail saying, hey, see you guys next week, something, just so you guys can know. Again, we don't have like a Discord or anything else currently set up that'll constantly let people know what's going on, whatever the deal is. I don't want to do the little things that account, but again, Definitely be on the lookout for all the audio listeners. We definitely appreciate you all tuning in. For the live people who might want to tune in later because maybe you didn't get to catch the whole show. Again, available on all audio platforms. Usually uploaded an hour. Usually goes up an hour after the show ends. So definitely be on the lookout for that. But ladies and gentlemen, please leave us a comment. Let us know how we're doing. Let us know if you like the little slight adjustments that we've made. I've added some color in some places. And again, I've done some things also on a quality standpoint that I think is going to make it more accessible to a lot of people. So hopefully that helps out. But that's enough of business. Again, thank you all for tuning in. You can find me, Steel Rain. Steel Rain, the T is a 7 everywhere that has a search bar. And again, I do want to say shout out to the Midweek Mix-Up Collective for allowing us to continue to be us. And ladies and gentlemen, please, as you have these conversations, as you get in, different meetings with your personal friend group, keep in mind, take that RTS view, that RTS approach, putting yourself out of the world, looking at the darker crevices of the map, putting your resources together, not just what you see at face value, but doing a little bit of research, putting those resources together, building up your ecosystem, your community, and overall having conversation that is going to help build out the gaming industry so that we can get people that are in place that come from not only a more passionate standpoint, but have some integrity to them also. Much love. Again, Pong, every time that we have these shows, it's nothing but energy. It gets me riled up for the next however long. I don't know what I'm going to end up getting into later. I do need to catch up on finishing off this certificate and everything. I got to run some errands. But with that, lead the people to victory, man. Another excellent show with you, brother. Definitely appreciate you here, as you are the X-Man that is not Cyclops and an uncanny gentleman in every way. But what's going on, brother? Lead the people to victory.
I will take Jean Grey as my wife or girlfriend, though. So that's got to happen. Anyways, the Sailor Moon outfit is killing me too, brother. Every time
she looks good in it. She looks good in it. I'm just saying.
Oh God, it's so out of place. Anyways, listen, this is an awesome show, brother. Again, missed you last week. Missed the chat last week. Just discussing games with you, man. Again, it was just it's weird like that, but it's just like a part of my week now. So it was really strange not having the show. Here we are, just like riding a bike, back again, 4+ hours of nonstop content, talk, and everything going on in this great industry that we all love and have passion for. So shout out to you, brother. Again, hope you enjoyed your weekend a little bit last weekend with the day off, but it was strange not being hours to get my day started. So glad to be back now. Chat, you all were absolutely amazing, as is every week. Love seeing you all, whether you've been here from the beginning or whether you just joined us today. Love seeing that. We want to continue to build the community. Again, it's a slow process because Steel and I only do this show and that's it. And I know that's not the way you're supposed to do YouTube, but that's how Steel and I are doing it because that's what we're kind of in the position to be able to right now. So, but guess what? We love you all. So continue to help us grow, share us out, tell a friend, bring a friend, whatever the case may be. But thank you for being here and making the show what it is. Without you, we are nothing. So this was awesome to be here again this Saturday. Listen, Pong Soul, Xbox, Pong Soul, Twitter, you know the drill there. Follow me, I'll follow you back. Almost at 3,000 followers on Twitter, which is absolutely insane, man. Blowing my mind right now with those numbers. And again, I'm not as active as I used to be because real life is just, man, it's crazy right now. But I'm still going to follow you back. Still can have conversations, whatever the case may be. So find me there. Otherwise, tonight, join the Shop podcast over on PTK Blam's channel. Of course, Blam will be there because he's the main man who's been doing it for nearly 6 years now. And we got Fuzzy Belvedere, great member of this community, brother from another. He's going to be there. I will be there. And then tonight, we got Kay Asante coming back to the Shop podcast, the one, the only. That's right, the host that keeps the Everborn saga in line with his crazy, crazy conspiracy theories. That's right. Kay Asante will be there tonight. So we're going to have a great show, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. And then otherwise, Tuesday, Xbox Factors hit or miss, but Boom has loaded up that panel, man. Steel shows up from time to time now, but he's loaded up that panel on Tuesdays. It's always going to be Good Things Green, whether I'm there or not, whether Mav's there or not. It doesn't matter. He's going to have a full panel full of great conversation. So Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. Mr. Boomstick is the man. Him and Mrs. Boom have had the COVID this week. So hopefully he's feeling better. He had to cancel all of his shows for the rest of the week. But hopefully he's feeling better next week. But be there 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Shout out to Boom. And then Thursday, PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM. Again, two-man show. From time to time, Mav and I do have guests, but for the most part, it's two-man show just like this. And it's just me and Mav talking about what's happened during the week so far. So be there. It's over on Fun Speculations channel, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. And Friday, right back on Fun Speculations channel for Xbox Ultimate, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. We had brother Mike, that's right, Mike Mullis from NLG on last night. The show started left, like right away. Like, Mav lost control right away. Like, it was over with. And so you just never know what you're going to get, but you're going to have a fun time on Xbox Ultimate. So be there every Friday night. Otherwise, it is the golden age of gaming, people. I posted a tweet this week about the second half of this year and just some of the games from a single player standpoint that I'm interested in. And I think I had like 12 or whatever it was, 12, 14 games. That was just some of the single player games, not counting any multiplayer games. It's crazy. And we don't even have any Microsoft first party stuff coming this year. It's going to be another great end of the year, and then next year just ramps up even more. It's the golden age. Get out there, play what you love what you play, have a fantastic, phenomenal rest of your weekend, whatever you're doing. Love you all, and I'll talk to you all real soon. He'll get us out of here.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, again, thank you for joining us here live. Catch us next week, episode 66 of the Living Splitscreen Morning Show. And again, go live every 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time on a Saturday. So come join us. We'd love to see you in chat. Y'all stay easy, stay breezy, stay safe. May the gods walk with y'all. Shout out and see y'all next week. Peace.